comes to talk. And of course, we're going to cover the government shutdown. There's a lot to cover today, but we're going to start with the government shutdown because so much has happened. I mean, this is just, this is as good as it gets. I mean, you know, we have had, this is really what I would consider this week to be, this is the week of winning for Trump, isn't it? It's like total week of winning. And we'll get, yeah, exactly. It's all winning. Now, I want to remind everyone that to see the audio and everything that I go over with on the program, you got to go to my main stream, which I'm going to link in the description. And if you go to the main stream, which I'm going to start in a moment, on the main stream, you can... So you got that done. You can see and hear all the audio and everything that I share. On this stream, you'll see and hear me, obviously. And you'll also hear the callers. But if you want to see and hear the audio sound bites I play and the articles I go over and everything, you're going to have to go to the mainstream, which I'm going to start in just a moment. Hey guys. Okay, yeah, the link to the main stream is pinned in the live chat. Okay, all right, so you guys can get that there. Double check, there we go. You click that link and it'll take you directly to the main stream. All right. All right, I'm going to start the mainstream right now, guys, so jump over there so you can see and hear everything. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. I think we could fairly say, like this week, although it's only Wednesday, but this week, I would call this the week of winning. Wouldn't you? The week of winning for President Trump and MAGA. And as I've often said for over 10 years, I will never disagree with President Trump, except on one thing. I never get sick of winning, right? Are any of you guys sick of winning? How could you be sick of winning? You know, we're winning nonstop everywhere, and this has been the week of winning. And here we have... With this budget battle, we have a big win because President Trump is going to be able to do a lot of the Doge cleanup that he was not able to do during a government shutdown. By the way, the government is shut down now. Now, I understand that the government is always shut down at 5:16 a.m. here on the East Coast, which is the time right now. But the Democrats panic during government shutdowns. Yet they brought one upon the nation right now. But the president has new powers. Well, I don't know new powers. He has powers he otherwise would not have during a government shutdown. That involves firing non-essential workers. And President Trump has wanted to thin the federal workforce even more than he has already. So he's going to take this opportunity, quite likely, to do just that. If he doesn't do it, he'll just not do it because it's best not to do it. But it gives him an opportunity to shut down programs and do a lot of firings that he otherwise would not be able to do. So that's a good thing. Do some more of that Doge work. But we're getting more details have come out about this meeting with Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, and it's hilarious. And there's a picture here I'm showing on the screen on YouTube. If you're watching on the live stream with the green screen behind me, and you see the green, go to my main stream and you can see and hear all the visuals that I go to, as well as hear all the audio and see the videos that I show. But right now on the screen I'm showing, this is amazing. It's front page of the New York Post this morning. And it's President Trump pointing and laughing at Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer as he tossed two Trump 2028 hats, like I'm wearing right now, onto the desk of the Oval Office. And it's pretty funny, isn't it? Absolutely. You know, they sell these Trump 2028 hats in the gift shop at the White House. And this is a true story. I've brought this up a few times. A lot of people don't think I'm telling the truth about this. They think I'm making a joke. You've seen President Trump go into that gift shop at the White House with some of the world leaders where they have all the hats, including the Trump 2028 hat. You know, that's the study off the Oval Office. The same one that Bill Clinton hooked up with Lewinsky in. Yeah, now it's a gift shop for Trump merch at the White House. That's a better use of it, don't you guys think? But we've had nothing but winning. You know, the Pete Hegseth speech yesterday and orders to the generals and the admirals, which we'll get into a little later in the show. You know, the prescription drug deal with Pfizer yesterday afternoon. It's the week of winning. This deal, this peace agreement that he came up with the Middle Eastern leaders and Israel to end the war in Gaza. You know, all these things. This has been perhaps the most productive week we've ever had with a president of the United States, and I am very excited about it. I mean, this is everything we voted for, and what he's doing here is beyond all this goodness and great things he's doing. President Trump is raising the bar for the expectations of the American people for our future presidents and members of Congress. And while we're never going to have another Trump, future presidents and members of Congress in both houses are going to be held up to a much higher standard. People expect results. In the past, we didn't really expect too much from our elected leaders, did we? No, we really didn't. And Trump, of course, has changed all of that. So here we have, I just love this. This New York Post front page, Shutdown, President Trump pointing at Hakeem Jeffries, laughing with the Trump 2028 hats on the Resolute desk. And U.S. government shuts down after Senate Democrats fail to support stopgap funding bill. Let me pull this story up and go through this a little bit. By the way, if you're new to the program, my name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Welcome. And if you're new to the program, make sure that you subscribe, all right? And if you're already subscribed, do me the favor, if you don't mind, of liking the video, because that would help out a lot. I'm trying to pull this article up on my phone. I've got so much to cover. Where did I put this article on my phone? Oh, here. No, that's the Fox story. Maybe I didn't tweet this version of the story. I could have swore that I did. I'll just pull up the New York Post. I'm behind on my coffee, guys, so you've got to... Oh, yeah, here it is. It's on my... So this is the article that I'm showing on the screen, which just never gets old, right? With the Trump 2028 hats on the desk. It just I love looking at that. The federal government... This is the New York Post. The federal government partially shut down at midnight, hours after all but 3 Senate Democrats voted down a short-term funding bill. The shutdown is the first since December 2018. This may be the first shutdown in 7 years, okay? But they're always threatening shutdowns. And then they come up with these continuing resolutions. The shutdown is the first since December 2018, which saw non-essential government operations cease and tens of thousands of federal employees furloughed or forced to work without pay for 35 days until lawmakers agreed on a stopgap funding measure. That was the one in 2018. White House Office of Management and Budget Director Russ Vought notified federal department and agency heads shortly after Tuesday's failed Senate vote to keep the government funded to begin preparations for a shutdown. Affected agencies should now execute their plans for an orderly shutdown, Vought wrote in the memo. What's Vought? Vought is a corporation of one of the TV shows, Vought. What TV show is Vought? Isn't that Severance? Is Vought, is that the company in Severance? I just got this coffee. It is completely ice cold. It's an iced coffee without ice. I just got this from Starbucks. A House-passed bill backed by virtually all Senate Republicans and President Trump to keep the government open with funding at current levels until November 21st failed to clear the 60-vote filibuster in the upper chamber by 5. You know, they have these weird rules in the Senate. Everything should go through with 51 votes, don't you think? You know, this super majority of having to get 60 votes makes things impossible. But then again, maybe it slows down the government doing things. I don't know. Democratic congressional leadership refused to support the GOP measure unless provisions extending pandemic-era healthcare insurance subsidies and reinstating billions of dollars in funding for foreign aid and other programs cut by Trump were included. See, you know, this is what it all gets down to. Okay, I'll do the second one first. The foreign aid, USAID and all of that, that's where all these government elected officials are stealing money from the government, right? They steal it through the foreign aid. I guess it's easier for them to steal through foreign aid than it is through regular US aid. But they go to, so they want the foreign aid back so they can get their kickbacks. They're trying to get USAID back up and running in some fashion. That's what that part's about. And the other part, when they talk about post-pandemic and all this stuff, they're trying to get the illegals their insurance back, which was outlawed with the passage of the big, beautiful bill. And we know for a fact that the whole purpose of that is the illegals are their constituency. Everybody knows this. The replacement theory is a replacement fact, and President Trump not only stopped them from doing it, he's reversed it in so many ways, with not just shutting down the border and everything, but with the deportations and all of that. And the Democrats, they do not see any future of regaining power because they have lost their new constituents. Right? They've already alienated and turned off their long-term base of support, blacks and Hispanics, American Hispanics, legal immigrants or just Americans that are Hispanic went for Trump in the last election and are continuing to poll towards Republicans. They've lost huge segments of the black vote and they've given up. The Democrats' only hope for regaining any type of power and holding on to the little bit of power that they have right now was with the illegals, and that they've lost them. That's it. They've lost the illegals. There's no more coming in. Bunch are being deported, and that's it. This new constituency, this replacement that they were operating, has failed, and they're in a panic. So they're trying to keep some of it going by getting the illegals their insurance back, and that's just not going to happen. That is not going to happen. In fact, President Trump, he had a run-in with a reporter, a very nasty reporter in the Oval Office yesterday from CBS. And this was during that press conference in the afternoon about the Pfizer prescription drug deal, which was fantastic. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and when President Trump says 25 million people, that is a very true statement. And we know it's a true statement because he's the president of the United States again. So when he says something like that, it is based on reality. It's not based on just something that some pundit says. All right. So when you hear President Trump say that, you can take that as a fact. So 25 million they brought in. And how many have left, we don't know, right? We really don't know because, we know they have numbers on what they've deported. They have some estimates on self-deportations. But at the very least, President Trump has stopped more from coming in. And what did he say yesterday with the military? Has it been 3 months or 4 months? 3 months at least, where they haven't had anyone come in from the southern border. It's been completely stopped. And the Democrats don't see any hope on the horizon that it's going to come back. Now, I wanted to share this with you guys. Now, my podcast yesterday afternoon, I went through the entire Pete Hegseth speech to the military leaders, which I'm going to talk about more. But this video here, this is an Army drill sergeant, a lady drill sergeant, and what she is, if she is an active duty staff sergeant, she identifies herself as a drill sergeant. If she is an active duty U.S. Army staff sergeant and not someone doing some stolen valor cosplay here, not only should, in my view, I'm going to play this for you. You guys can let me know what you think. The toll-free number is pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. I'm going to play this for you. People are saying that she should be removed from the service. I disagree. I think she should be arrested and court-martialed. So let me play this while I go and heat up my iced coffee that's supposed to be steaming hot. And let me know what you think. Should she be removed from the service or arrested, court-martialed, and sent to Leavenworth Prison for this insubordination? Wow. I mean, that sounds like a threat, doesn't it? She should be arrested, not removed from the service, court-martialed, and sent to Leavenworth Prison. I mean, that's not just insubordination. That's a threat. That rises to a whole new level. And this, if she is truly an active duty staff sergeant and not doing stolen valor here, but I tend to think she is because you can see the T-shirt underneath. But this is what Pete Hegseth was talking about yesterday. This is the problem we have had in our military. I had mentioned a few months back, I was at Starbucks one morning down the street from the radio station on my way to the radio station in the morning for the show. And there was a sergeant who I'm assuming was a reservist or something, doing whatever. And he was in his fatigues and he was, very overweight. And I had never seen an overweight soldier in person before. I remember when Vindman came in to testify against Trump, I'd not seen, and he was wearing the wrong uniform, by the way. If you remember, he wasn't wearing the new uniform, he was wearing the old uniform. And he was overweight. And I saw this soldier, I talked about it on the air, I'd never seen an overweight soldier before. And then when we had that 250th Army parade a few months back, I watched the whole thing, didn't you? I watched it on Right Side Broadcasting, and I could not believe how many of our active duty soldiers were overweight and couldn't march, too. A lot of them couldn't march. And some people may say, well, what kind of shape are you in, Brian? Well, I think I'm in pretty good shape for a guy at 54, but I'm not in the Army. And, what's been lost in the military is total discipline. When Pete Hegseth was talking about, he used the word fat several times. I'm very surprised, right? You haven't heard that? You haven't heard straight talking like that in a long time from somebody in a high position in the government of the United States, other than Trump. There's insubordination going on. There's out of shape soldiers. This thing he talked about with beards and haircuts. You know, and already they're saying, well, what about the Muslim soldiers? Well, what about the Muslim soldiers? And who are they? Why do we have so many Muslims in the military? What's that all about? And has anybody investigated them? You know, these are people who, without question, you know, you need to have discipline with. I'm talking about people in the military. You know, some of the other things that Pete Hegseth, other than discipline, was all of this affirmative action, DEI, and putting people in positions that they're not qualified for. Sometimes merit-based they're not qualified for, but physical, right? And one of the things that Pete Hegseth said yesterday was about, you know, you're going to have to be able to pick up a wounded soldier and carry them off the battlefield. If you can't pick up a soldier, you can't be out there. But a lot of what he talked about was about the lack of discipline that we have in the service, and how they were using, how soldiers, and well, not just soldiers, but in every branch, how these people like this staff sergeant here, where I just played the audio from, how they're using the human resources department to harass superior officers. Now, I remember my dad told me, my dad went to boot camp at basic training at Parris Island in 68. And he told me back then that the drill instructors could actually hit you. Could you imagine? Hit you. And yeah, could you imagine? I don't know what goes on today, but there's good reason for that. You know, you've got to have tough people. If they can't handle that, they wash out. And you have to have discipline in the military. And what the military has become, it started with Bill Clinton's don't ask, don't tell policy. It's become a place for left-wing woke experimentation, really. And you know, when Bill Clinton ran for president the first time, he didn't run on don't ask, don't tell. He ran on having people in the military to be openly gay in the service. And then when he was elected president, there was a lot of outrage from senior military leadership on how that wouldn't work. So they came up with the don't ask, don't tell. But that was the beginning of this downward trend. That's why, you know, you heard Pete Hegseth talked yesterday that the military are going back to these 1990 standards. The 1990 standards are standards put in place prior to the Bill Clinton era with the don't ask, don't tell, when the beginning of the downfall of the military began. All right, I just heard the microwave go off, so I'm going to go get my coffee. Now, I want to tell you guys, you know, I've been mentioning all month that Mike Lindell is sponsoring the expansion of the program, the extra hour in the morning. I'm continuing the show during the radio commercial breaks in the morning. My afternoon program and my podcast and weekend programming is all brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. It is so important, guys, to go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout and let Mike Lindell know that his support is worth it, okay? So it's promo code Kane, K-A-N-E, at checkout. We'll play this quick break. I'll grab my coffee and be right back. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. If you're new, this is where MAGA comes to talk. If you're on hold, hang in there. If you'd like to call in, if you're watching live, the number is pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. All right, so this is a little bit of MSNBC. You know, When I saw Pete Hegseth yesterday, I went through the whole speech on my podcast yesterday, and I said that out of everybody we have on our bench, right, we've got J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, and there are others that we have on this great bench to be future MAGA presidents and future MAGA vice presidents and great MAGA senators and such. But out of all of them, I believe Pete Hegseth is the most Trump-like. If I had my pick to be the second MAGA president out of everybody we have right now, it'd be Pete Hegseth. Do you know how much confidence it took for him to get up in front of those senior military officers, 4-star generals, 4-star admirals? Those are people he was saluting not too long ago. And he went up there and took command of the senior military leadership in a way that's never been done before, because no president or war secretary or defense secretary have had such a meeting. And I was so incredibly impressed with Pete Hegseth, weren't you? And MSNBC, CNN, and all these others, they're having all kinds of meltdowns over it because they don't like having real men. You know, you see what passes as men today. You know, women in their 20s and 30s. My goodness, good luck finding a man. I see, you know, I see these guys around. They're like women. They're very effeminate, and this has been done by the left. It started with their metrosexualism, and they like women to be the men in the relationship. And we have this guy, Pete Hegseth, the war secretary. He is, the way I described him yesterday when I went over this, he's the real Captain America, right? But MSNBC, they don't like all that. Listen to MSNBC yesterday. Okay, you know, the first role of government is to keep its citizens safe. And in blue cities around the United States, you're not safe. And the military, you know, the number of days I might be off by a couple, but that's okay. President Trump said yesterday, there has not been a murder in Washington, D.C. in 30 some odd days, which is a record. The military were there not to do arrest or police work. They didn't. It was just to have a presence. And that presence alone was enough with the federal agents and local law enforcement. So, you know, this narrative that they're promoting, that the military are going to take a civilian police role, they're just there for a presence. And that presence is intimidating to these cowardly thugs. All right, let's take some calls here. It's, we got time. We got a lot of time. We got about 20 minutes or so before the radio show begins. The number's toll-free, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie, what's up?
Your father was right. First of all, when I went in in 68. And in 1968, and I remember it was a volunteer service for some, but there was the draft going on. Okay, I volunteered. I was RA, regular Army, and I remember going through 8 weeks of the first week was we got our shots, haircuts, and everything. They issued the uniforms. And I went to Fort Jackson, South Carolina. They drove us up a place called Tank Hill. Anyone in Fort Jackson would know what I'm talking about. I remember we were in trucks, and we had our duffel bags, and the uniforms were crisp and new, and we were met by DI, drill sergeants, and they grabbed us by the shirt, tops, and everything else, to screaming, get off the truck, and throwing everyone down on their face, throwing their duffel bags on them. It was total chaos. Let me tell you, when I got out of basic training, and you had to say yes or no, so they made you did more push-ups than Carter's Got Pills. I was 6'2", 160 pounds when I got out of boot camp, the best shape of my life. And if you didn't get through basic training, you were recycled. they put you back in for another 8 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't just get washed out.
No, you got recycled. You had to get through it. I mean, this girl saying, he's ruining our careers. You know, in Vietnam, I never saw a female. They were actually medical personnel, nurses, I guess, but I never saw a female in combat. Not in my boot camp. It was all male. And if you go back with old pictures of Vietnam, you can go on YouTube.
Well, you know, Richie,
there was no
women. I don't believe women should be in combat roles. Period, including pilots. And you know, there's been a lot of covering up by this. We've had in the Gulf War, we had a female helicopter pilot captured. One of the first women to graduate West Point. They raped her without mercy. And they covered that up. Rebecca Lynch, who was the private who got rescued in the war, remember that was the first rescue of a POW in 50 years. It was amazing. But as beat up as she was, they raped her without mercy. Gang, you know, they rape our women when they're captured. And it's just, on top of the physical, we see with the transgendered sports that women aren't up to it physically. But beyond that, we should not be putting women in a situation where they're going to be raped by the enemy. I'm sorry.
Well, female boxers are in great shape.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But when they go up against a male, a
mediocre male boxer,
they quit. Let me, not for nothing. As far as I'm concerned, they shouldn't even be on the street as police officers either. Yeah, I mean,
I agree. I agree.
It's gotten totally crazy, and this girl deserves to be basically thrown out.
Court-martialed. She should go to prison. I mean, you know, what kind of damage has she done to the people under her and her colleagues that to have that kind of attitude? That's contagious. That type of attitude.
We had a bus driver that was in the Air Force Reserves, okay, and he became a dispatcher. Mm-hmm. I remember, he used to have like a half hour, an hour break at Young Circle. He'd start running around Young Circle and run. I said, "What are you doing?" He says, "They're going to throw me out of the Air Force Reserve if I don't get down to a certain weight." He actually got thrown out. So, I mean, this isn't a new thing here. They've dropped the standards so bad where believe it or not, they show a thing on Venezuela with the army that this guy down Maduro's trying to get, and they're fat women, fat men.
Yes,
you can't have that. You have to have people in shape.
And you know, this thing with one of the things too. I was talking about at the beginning. I ran into this soldier. He was a sergeant, and he was in full fatigues, and he was obese. And I talked about it on the air that day. It might have been about a year ago or something. I'd never seen anything like that. It was shocking. And this thing with the beards and the haircuts. Now, I understand the beards and the haircuts started in Afghanistan and things so that so they could blend in with the Muslims from far away, right? If they had beards and long hair and things like that. Right. But I've noticed even myself that it's grown into the regular ranks with beards. I've never and long hair.
Brian, you know what the service is? You're all one unit. Like Pete Hegseth says, you're one unit. You're a fighting machine. When somebody says drop, you drop. You don't say, why do I have to drop? I mean, if they say hit the ground, you hit the ground. There's no questions asked. You just do it, and you guess what? It becomes automatic.
Things have changed. This is what this is what my father told me. He told me those things, but he told me that, now again, he went to Parris Island in '68.
Marines.
The beginning of Full Metal Jacket at Parris Island, he told me is like a documentary. It's like a documentary. He said the stuff in Vietnam is all BS, but the beginning in boot camp, that is like a documentary. And I'm curious to know.
That's the same as Fort Jackson.
Yeah, well, because you were going to Vietnam. I mean, you were a cook in the Army in Vietnam, but how far were you from the enemy fire?
I was there. I got incoming rockets every night.
Exactly.
It was no separation.
And in those days, everyone was a rifleman. You had to be, and
had a weapon, had a uniform, went off post, went on convoys.
And the way things look now, if you were a cook in the Army today, you'd be like, you wouldn't be on the front lines. You'd be like 30, 50 miles away in some restaurant kitchen, right? I mean, things have changed.
You got to remember. You got to remember, in Vietnam there was no front lines. The base camp was actually the bullseye. At nighttime.
That's right.
We got hit.
Everywhere was the front line.
They knew where we were. They knew where we were. We didn't know where they were.
Yeah.
But regardless, these people are not in shape. And I got to bring up something really quick about this government shutdown, real fast. This Maxine Waters was actually interviewed. And a reporter, this blonde reporter, saw the clip. Mm-hmm. She asked, "Oh yeah, she got a little aggravated because she was exposed. Yes, everybody deserves health care. Baloney. They belong out of the country.
Maxine Waters lives in a 5,000 plus square foot mansion.
I saw it.
Yeah, I mean,
you could see her. Yeah. You could see her valley. She's on top of a hill, and her valley is slum.
She lives like the biggest. She lives in a house that's like the biggest Hollywood producer's home ever, right? Except it oversees the ghetto.
Brian, your house, you could figure 20 of your houses.
Yeah, my house is like the size of one of her bathrooms. I have my house is only like 1,500 square feet. I live in a small house, which is fine by me. I don't need some mansion. But Maxine Waters...
No, you're only two people.
Yeah, but, this... by the way, I'll let you go, Richie, but the early hour, the one call per day only applies to the actual radio station. So if you call, you can call back later is what I'm telling you if you want. All right? All right. Take care. So the one call per show doesn't apply to the pre-show like I'm doing now before the radio. Okay, let's take some more calls. What the heck? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. I was just wondering if you've seen that one Pepe meme where he's looking at the conspiracy theories.
No. Tell me about it.
Look at what? Can you look at it for me?
No, you can tell me about it.
So basically, it's Pepe, and he's watching these conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Do you know who Pepe is?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you watched it.
No, I didn't watch it.
You just said you watched it.
Pepe? I know. I've heard of Pepe's, but I don't know what you're talking about.
So you've seen the meme then?
No.
Then how do you know who Pepe is?
Well, I guess I'm thinking of a different Pepe. There's more than one.
Not the one who watched the conspiracy theory?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Why not?
I don't know. All right, take care. Oh, my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good morning, Brian. It's Greg.
Oh, hey, Greg. What's up?
Hey, listen, just one comment about yesterday's show. You are outright liar, Brian. I don't know how either you don't listen to what I say or you're an outright liar. I never said, a good business model is to decrease the listeners you have or whatever. You outright lied. You know what? God bless you. If you're getting more listeners and people watching a show, God bless you. If you're making more money for clicks, absolutely. But the fact that the quality, the point I was making is the quality of your callers has diminished. Period.
I'm glad you called about that. Now let's have a serious. And by the way, the one call rule only applies to the radio show portion, so you can call back later if you want. But let's have a conversation about this.
Sounds good.
You're okay. The scope of the listenership to the program has grown to levels that I can't even ever imagined. I mean, this is literally a national program now. And I've worked very hard to make that happen. It's not something that's happened on accident. But you talk about, what you're talking about are some of the younger callers that are liberal that are calling in that have, issues. It's not the quality of the callers in the show. It's the quality of American that we have out there that are of the left. And, you know, what Pete Hegseth was talking about yesterday was some of the problems in the military. What you're listening to, look at the pool they have to pull from for recruits. The quality of young people today in their 20s and 30s is not the same quality of people in their 20s and 30s when you and I were that age, Greg. There's been a big change in this country due to the liberals turning men into women.
You know what? I'll agree with. Listen, let's not say listen, your daughter's in her 20s. Yes. She's a quality person, right? It's not you're acting like it's a blanket.
Well, she's not a liberal. She's a MAGA person.
Right.
She's blacks for Trump.
And guess what? Charlie Kirk turned that around, and hopefully it will continue on. So the liberalism is decreasing. But by the way, I'm not even talking about younger people. I'm talking about people that call into your show that aren't even listening and will say to you in the beginning, I don't really know what you're talking about, but I'd like to talk about
it. That's another thing you mentioned. I'll talk to you about that. I talk about this to people. Other people that are broadcasters, we laugh about this, right? And I Mike the board op, I tell him about this a lot too, but people that are broadcasters, this is a common thing, okay? Everyone always tells you they don't listen or they haven't listened in a long time. That's a common thing. And people say that all the time, in person too. And sometimes I'll have a personal appearance and listeners, well, I haven't listened. So I'll run into listeners come up to me when I'm out and about. And by the way, since the expansion of the program, I've had listeners come up and recognize me in other states. You know, I even had listeners come up to me in a foreign country. I was in shock. But anyway, sometimes I'll be at Publix or the mall or Walmart or something, right? And a listener will come up to me, and they'll say, "Oh, I don't listen anymore," or "I haven't listened," and then they'll start talking to me about something that happened that very week on the program. Not when people say they're not listening, those are the most loyal listeners overall. That's just something people say to try to discount you when they call in. You shouldn't read into that. Now, the other thing I want to comment that you talked about, then I'll let you talk. We got plenty of time. Sure. I'm not as pressed before the radio show starts for time. Okay. This screenless call thing that we do on the program is part of the show. And I have said, even before the expansion of the show began, I've been saying for years, if I ever became a national personality, I would still go screenless. In fact, it was a real thing, by the way. There were a couple of people that approached me to try to get me as the replacement for Bongino when he left his show. Okay, that's not a made-up thing. That's a true thing. People had called me and were trying to make it. Didn't happen, obviously. But I told them, I said, if I were to take over that show, I would go screenless too, because that's what I do. So some of what you're talking about involves what I've already said, but some of it involves, the screenless calls, which I continue to do. When you go screenless, you have to screen on the air. And that if we had a call screener, I think the negatives of a call screener would be worse than dealing with some low quality mouth breathers like that idiot that called in right before your call about Pepe. So no, that's just the way it is. I'm not going to change the format. But you know what? It's breeding people that are not really contributing to yours. They just want to call in just so they can hear their voice. Are you kidding? They're liars about. Are you kidding? We have. As an example. Wait, can I finish? Yeah. Can I finish? I let you go on for about 2 minutes there, and then you interrupted me. Go ahead. What I've loved about your show in the past, and listen, I could care less if you think I want to be a star on your show, like you indicated yesterday. The Brian Craig Show is just a small portion of my life. I like listening in the morning, and then I don't do anything else with it. See what I mean? You're doing a version. You're doing a version of I don't listen. No. I enjoy your show. I said in the mornings, but it's not like if I saw you in a Publix, by the way, or any public place, I wouldn't approach you. I think that's inappropriate for people to do that. You have a private life. There's no need to interact together outside of the show.
But no, that's my stance. I don't go up to celebrities, which we probably run into restaurants.
I do. I go up to celebrities.
I
do. I go up to celebrities if I see them. Absolutely.
See, I don't, because you know what? I think most of them are, like you said, liberals, and they don't even care about
it. Depends on the celebrity.
But the bottom line is, I wish you had more. Your show years ago used to be a lot more conversation, interaction between you and the caller. Now it's a caller that is just either lying about not listening.
We didn't have that many listeners. I mean, compared to now. And and the other thing is, when you talk that they're not contributing, we have national advertising deals now. We didn't have before. Like I'm unveiling.
Oh yeah, listen, you're the expert. The whole dynamic of the show, right?
But what I'm telling you is, it's not, when you talk about national advertising deals, it's not just about money. Everything. It's a business, okay? But we don't have national advertising deals because they're doing charity. We have national advertising deals now because the expanded audience around the United States and other countries even. These advertisers. Oh, hold on! I hit the pause. These advertisers they get business in response from the expanded audience. It's what you're saying just doesn't make sense.
I'm just saying, if you juxtapose the Brian Craig. Well, I don't know. You have Brian Craig show up on your screen there. I see, but it's actually the Steve Kane show, so that confuses people.
Well, there's a crossover. The Steve Kane show's from 6 till 9.
And it's difficult to call the Steve Kane show is when
the rest of it is the rest of it is the Brian Craig show, but that's
But you know what? I just thought yesterday was what you said after you. What you do is you hang up on me, you cut off the conversation, and then you totally misrepresent what I said. You character assassinate me. You go, oh well, he's just a jealous caller. He wants to be the star of the show. That's a character assassination.
When you talk about the show has changed over the years. There's no doubt about it. And I know there are a lot. Hold on, let me answer these phones. Well, listen, I got to run, Greg, because we're getting ready for the switch.
All right, I might call in later.
Yeah, you can call in later, but I got to run because I don't want to accidentally them switch us on. The reason I can't take calls during the switch is just in case they switch us on by mistake. I don't want to be in the middle of a conversation and something gets said. But no, there has those of you that are longtime listeners to the program has changed and evolved over the years, but it's still the basic premise that we already have. We talk about the issues like we always have. We take the live, screenless, unvetted calls without a call screener, and we could have I could have a call screener. This studio I'm in now is my home studio. This is where I podcast from and everything. Tomorrow I'm going to be at the radio station. But this is my home studio. I could have the call screened here as well. I don't. And I enjoy that. I think it makes the show much more, there's people say I knock all these other conservatives, and I do, because it's not knocking so much as it is, I think, my expert review. These other conservative influencers, that do shows and things like this, they're like preachers preaching to the choir in the audience, talking at you, not with you, and taking the screenless calls allows interaction that you can't get anywhere else. Now, I know a lot of you say, well, answer the chat. I don't really respond to the chat too much when I'm on the show. You guys in the chat can call me. The number's pinned in the live chat. It's a toll-free call, 888-465-2631. Reading a chat on the air, I don't think is all that interesting, but you can call me on the air and call me out at any time. And that's the format of the show I do, and I'm not going to change that. Now, when the show was much smaller, before we were online and everything, what he's saying is the show was smaller and more intimate. But even though the show has grown to incredible levels, we still run it the same way. It's basically, it's me and Steve, and that's it. I mean, my wife helps me do some things. Steve's wife helps him do some things. But we haven't changed what it is we do behind the scenes. I do my show prep the way I always did. And yeah, Friday is open MAGA Mike Friday. You can call in about any and everything on your mind on Friday's show. But no, I'm not going to change the format of the show from screenless calls. That would take away what I think the show's all about. This is like this program is a live town hall meeting. All right, we've got about 30 seconds until we are back. So we're going to, if you're on hold, stand by, because I'm going to open up right now. We're live. I lost track of time. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, the Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. I was having a conversation and I lost track of the time. Welcome, everyone. It is Wednesday morning, October 1st, 2025. I cannot believe it is October 1st already, and we got a lot to cover. If you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to call in, the number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. You know, this government shutdown that had started last night at midnight, well, 12:01. This whole week, and here we are, it's only Wednesday, right? Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. This has been the week of winning by President Trump and the Trump administration at levels we haven't seen, right? On Monday, there were two things on Monday. First, we had the peace deal that President Trump came up with, which was fantastic, that he got the entire Muslim world to agree to. Now it's just up to the Palestinians in Gaza to agree to it with Israel. And then what did he do in the afternoon? First, we had I forgot what he did in the afternoon. There's been so much winning this week. President Trump had a second event on Monday after the Israeli press conference with Netanyahu. What was the thing that he did after? I can't remember. I'll remember it in just a minute, or somebody in the live chat can let me know. But then yesterday we had two big events. This thing with Pete Hegseth yesterday was a complete home run. And then after that, and President Trump came out and spoke, which was amazing, which I'm going to talk about in more detail later. And then, oh yeah, the second thing was the budget shutdown. Monday President Trump had the Netanyahu event and the peace treaty, which was amazing. And then he had the meeting with Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. I kind of forgot, because now we're back to Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer today. But so he had these two incredibly winning events on Monday. And in the afternoon, he came out with that meme video of Hakeem Jeffries in the Mexican sombrero and Chuck Schumer speaking the truth about the Democrat Party. That was Monday. Just an incredible day of home run winning by the president. And then yesterday on Tuesday, that Pete Hegseth speech was the most amazing speech ever given by a member of a presidential cabinet in history. Followed by the Pfizer event in the afternoon, which was spectacular. And now here we begin the day with a government shutdown, and we got these new images. The front page of the New York Post. Now, this photograph was put out there by the president, and it's all over the place. President Trump, it's a photograph. It's a front page of the New York Post right now. And it's President Trump sitting at the presidential desk in the Oval Office, the Resolute desk, pointing and laughing as he's pointing at Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer after he just tossed them two Trump 2028 hats, like I'm wearing right now on the desk. It's hilarious. And we got the government shutdown that's going on, and President Trump's going to be able to do a lot of things during this that would be more difficult for him to get done if the government wasn't shut down. And it's been the week of winning. It's been the week of winning, and it's the week of winning by far. And this government shutdown, it'll get taken care of. Only non-essential services are stopped. There's some things I heard Mike Johnson talk about, which I got a soundbite I'm going to play maybe later from Mike Johnson, and he talks about Medicaid and stuff. It'll get resolved. I don't worry about it. It'll get resolved. But what's really happening here is something that never really thought we'd see happen. One of the two major parties, it's the Democrat Party, is fading away. You know, in the past, there used to be all kinds of political parties, and they all faded away. You know, they had presidents and presidential, you know, like the Whigs and all this stuff, and there were other ones. And all those parties disappeared. And I always wondered, you know, as much studying I did of history, there wasn't really a lot of discussion in my college classes about how these parties disappeared. Just the next presidential election, all of a sudden there was a new party. The Federalists were gone, right? And we're seeing that right now. We're living through the most successful, historic presidency of our lifetime, where there are big things and big changes happening. There's been other moments when there's been big changes. I'm talking about in our lifetime, people that are my age, a little older. Now, if you're really super old, you may remember desegregation and stuff, and that was big, you know, courtesy of Republican President Eisenhower. But, you know, that was a big deal. I don't want to take that away. But that was long before I was born. Even though desegregation was going on in the 70s when I started school, that was before I was born. I'm talking about my lifetime. And to see the Democrat Party fade from existence is something that is a great thing, and I'll tell you why. The Democrat Party is a poison in our society. It really, truly is. So is the media, the fake news media. President Trump has discredited them so bad when he started that fake news line in the first campaign. But, the Civil War, I often refer to it as what I believe is the proper name for the Civil War, the Democrat insurrection against the federal government. It's called the Civil War because they don't want to tell you it was a Democrat insurrection against the government. And the big secret is the Democrat insurrection did not end when Lee surrendered. It's been going on and it's never stopped. And what's happening right now, you know, all these people, they want to, there needs to be a new Civil War. Don't you understand? The Civil War was an insurrection by Democrats against a popular Republican leader, the first Republican, Abraham Lincoln, and it's never stopped. And what's going on right now, they should have outlawed the Democrat Party when the war was over for what they did, but they didn't. But what's going on right now may actually be the final victory in the U.S. Civil War that never ended, because the Democrats have been undermining this country since then. They have been doing everything they can do in their Hate America First crowd to stop America from being great. Most every problem we have in this country is because of the Democrats. Most everything in American history but what we're seeing right now with this budget battle may be one of the last battles of the Civil War from the 1800s. If you think about it. And this is a good thing. You know, since that Democrat insurrection of the Civil War until now, what good have the Democrats brought us? You know, Maxine Waters let the cat out of the bag without any AI alterations. They want insurance coverage for illegals. They have shut down the government because they want illegals to be given back health insurance coverage by the U.S. government. That's insane. And they shut down the government for it. That's not going to happen. Now, Pete Hegseth yesterday, that speech was so amazing. President Trump came out after and says, "Oh, I almost fired him. He did so good. I didn't want to come on after that." Yeah, I mean, that was something. And I want to throw this question out to you in the audience, and I want to hear your thoughts on this at 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. That speech yesterday by Pete Hegseth was the most historic speech, to my knowledge, ever given by a sitting cabinet member of any president. There's been nothing like it. We have a great bench of MAGA people to be future MAGA presidents and vice presidents and MAGA governors and MAGA senators and all that. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, and others. My personal pick to be the second MAGA president, if I could choose, would be Pete Hegseth. Out of everyone everyone we have, Pete Hegseth is the most Trump-like that we have. And I would be very comfortable passing J.D. Vance over for Pete Hegseth, wouldn't you? I want to hear your thoughts on that. Who would you rather have as the second MAGA president? Pete Hegseth, now this is after that speech yesterday, Pete Hegseth or J.D. Vance. Not that J.D. Vance isn't great, and if he gets the nomination to be the second MAGA president, I'm of course going to support him because he's spectacular. But this meeting yesterday is a meeting unlike any that's ever happened before, with all these generals and admirals from all over the world, and he got up there and he didn't just give a speech, he took them to the woodshed. He reprimanded those generals and those admirals. Those are guys that he used to salute not that long ago. And he went up there and took charge and said things in a way that they've never been said by anyone other than Donald Trump. So, like I said, when we get to 2032 and we're looking to nominate our second MAGA president, if it's J.D. Vance, I'll be behind him. No doubt about it. And I'll be behind any candidate that Trump ever endorses for the rest of my life. However, if I had my pick out of everyone that we've got, I want Pete Hegseth to be the second MAGA president. I was so freaking blown away yesterday. So I want to hear your thoughts on that at 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you're listening. My name is Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. We'll take a quick break and be right back. Hold on, I got to get my stuff together. I was so busy talking with Greg, I didn't get organized before.
No, and we were.
Hold on. Hold on. I'll be organized in a minute, guys. Where is that? There it is. Okay. Okay. All right. If you're on hold, stand by. I'll get to the calls after the break. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? Give me a call. I want to know if you had to, we love them both. But who would you want to be the second MAGA president? J.D. Vance or Pete Hegseth after what we saw yesterday? J.D. Vance or Pete Hegseth? Give me a call, let me know, and tell me why. But I was so incredibly blown away by that. I mean, just beyond belief. You know, I watched that pretty much 3 times. I saw it when I got off the air yesterday. I watched the entire thing. And then I went through it to get sound bites out. And then on my podcast, I said, "What? I'm not going to do sound bites. I'm just going to play it over again." And I watched it again on my podcast yesterday afternoon. And it's just so refreshing. We've never had somebody at that level, other than Trump, talk like that. And the level of confidence that he has, I don't think I've ever seen a man as confident as that. I mean, those guys that he was talking to, those are 4-star admirals and 4-star generals, a lot of them. These are, you know, and they were not, a lot of them were not happy. I would say 2/3 of them hate him. And he went up on that stage and commanded respect. And that was a reprimand. He brought them there to reprimand them, to say, cut out your BS. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. We're going to be back in less than a minute. The number's toll free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. I'm going to go to the calls when we get back. If you're new, my name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. And, of course, you're welcome to call in. The number is pinned in the live chat. All right. Okay. Got the exact timer coming back. 15 seconds, guys. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. So I've talked about the shutdown so far. You're welcome to call in about that because there's a lot to say. But also, I want to ask you this question. I want to, and if you agree or disagree, who would you rather be our second MAGA president, J.D. Vance or Pete Hegseth, and why? I'm with Pete Hegseth after yesterday. I'd never seen anything like that. That was just blew my mind. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Yep.
Brian?
Yep, you're on the air.
It's Adam from New York.
Hey, Adam.
Hey, I totally agree with you about Pete Hegseth.
Oh, yeah.
I really do. He reminds me of a lot like Reagan, with how he laughs. He does sometimes that belly laugh, and of course with the moose hair back. But yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, do you know the amount of confidence it takes to get on a stage in front of those people with who they are and what they've been and the ribbons and medals they have on and the stars and to talk to? He reprimanded them yesterday. That was a reprimand of America's generals and admirals live on television by Pete Hegseth, and he was using their language and lingo with the military jargon.
Yeah, I missed the speech, but I heard it was very good.
Oh, you missed what may be the most historic speech ever made in your lifetime. That speech. I'm not into speeches unless it's Trump. Words cannot describe the level of quality you have in Pete Hegseth. He would be with these. By the way, thanks for the call. What these never Trumpers and Democrats are doing, even though the Democrat Party's fading away, they're still regrouping, and what they've told themselves is, well, the next MAGA president, because they assume the next president after Trump's going to be a Republican, right? When Trump's out of office, whoever it is, they're not going to have the juice that Trump has. They're not going to have the following that Trump has. Do you have any doubt in your mind that in 2032 and 2036 that Pete Hegseth could fill up arenas like Trump does? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it could. Without Trump being there? He's the guy. Now, I know J.D. Vance is next in line, but just because you're next in line doesn't mean you should be the guy. Sometimes you need to cut the line. And I like J.D. He can be vice president again. But that's my choice, Pete Hegseth. I was blown away. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Mark from Jupiter. Good morning.
Hey, Mark. What's up?
Hey, listen, I'll tell you that speech, as you know, I'm a former Marine, and that speech really told the troops that I'm your leader, and it was the ultimate tell-it-to-my-face speech. I hear all the pansy media say, well, he could have done it in an email. No, a real leader steps up, stands up, gets in your face, and tells you how it is. That's a leader. Let me tell you something. The long-term effect of that also is what it's going to do for recruiting in our military. That was an example of leadership. Well, he was blaming those generals and admirals for the fat soldiers, the soldiers with beards and the long hair and all of that stuff. To me, he was reprimanding them and took them to the woodshed. That's how I read it. Am I wrong, or is that how you took it?
You're right on cue, and I think he showed them that all of this involvement in this extracurricular
who struck John, instead of being building tomorrow's combat leaders and building a combat force, gets us nowhere. It will get us nowhere, and it's got us nowhere. And he basically said, it's time to step up, take responsibility, and you can take it or leave it. And here's your opportunity.
Yeah, and there was
I think it was a beautiful.
There was one moment when General Kane introduced him, and he made a joke before Pete Hegseth came out. He's like, I know there was some pull-up bars outside, but there'll be no physical PT today. And then Pete Hegseth later on said, well, I know what General Kane said. However, even 4-star generals are going to be required twice a year to meet PT standards. And I was like, whoa.
And why shouldn't they?
Yeah. And
why shouldn't they?
Exactly. And part of I think what he did was also trying to get some of them to quit.
Yeah, well, no doubt about it. And I think he didn't have to work too hard, because the look on some of their faces were, maybe this is the time I take my retirement and run.
Exactly. All right, I appreciate your call. Good point you made.
Thanks.
All right, take care. From a Marine. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Okay, they gave up. Before I forget, let me tell you guys about Friendly Tire in Margate. Friendly Tire in Margate is amazing. I've been telling you guys this week, Friday, I'm in my car and my phone rings. I see on the caller ID, it's Steve Kane's wife. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? So I answered the phone, and she said, hey, Brian, I'm at the dealer. Steve's wife has a Toyota Highlander, which is a really cool car. I like that car. It's pretty cool. But anyway, she says, I'm at the Toyota dealer getting a tune-up, and I need new tires. I had them price the tires. She told me the tire price. She says, do you think that I could get a better deal at Friendly Tire? I said, I know you can. But I was actually on my way to Friendly Tire. And I said, you know what? I said, I'm pulling up to Friendly Tire. Let me ask Mike, Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire, and I'll get back to you in a couple minutes. Friendly Mike, these are brand new tires now, out the door and on the road. She is getting 4 new tires from Friendly Tire. 4 new tires out the door and on the road. Because remember, Friendly Tire doesn't charge you to balance the tire, mount the tire, or dispose of your old tire. She is getting 4 brand new tires on her Toyota Highlander for less than 2 tires what they were charging for 2 tires at the dealer. She's getting 4 brand new tires out the door and on the road for less than what they were charging for 2 tires at the dealer. And you know what? That high price they quoted her, I wonder if that included they added in all those things, balancing and mounting and all that business. And that's the way it is. And it's not because she's Steve Kane's wife. That's for everyone. That's how great the prices are at Friendly Tire in Margate. Give Friendly Tire a call right now. Mike will give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. He also has thousands of good used tires in stock, and he does tire repairs as well. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire and Margate. If you're on hold, stand by. My name is Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Radio Show. We'll be right back. Oh, man. If you're on hold, hang in there, guys. And I do want to hear your thoughts. There's no one better than Pete Hegseth. All right, yeah, make sure use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane at mypillow.com. Let Mike Lindell know that his support of this expansion of the program that I've done is money well spent. I'm going to be hearing from them by the end of the week, and they're going to give me a report on their first month of doing this. So please go to mypillow.com and use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and load up. All right, let me see. What time are we coming back here? I'm going to wait. We've got about 90 seconds till we're back. I'm going to wait till we're back to go to the calls. So if you want to call in, 1-888-465-2631, 1-888-465-2631. And the reason that I'm telling you that, obviously I'm going to support JD or whoever the president endorses, but Pete Hegseth has the ability to stand up to the fake news media, and he displayed it yesterday, to stand up to the fake news media, to the Republican establishment, and to the Democrats like no one else other than Trump has had the ability to do. And I've not seen that level of respect commanded by very many people in my life. President Trump, Pete Hegseth, very few people. And he's got what it takes, and as well as incredible competence, because you hear he is involved in all these little tiny details that no one would even understand. But his military experience at the level he was at is allowing him to be involved with management at the Pentagon of all of our service branches at a level that's never been done before. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. Okay, all right, okay, it's going to be a little, we'll be back in just over a minute. Hold on, guys. Just over a minute, we'll be back. Yep. Hold on. Okay, we'll get back to that later. Okay. Less than a minute, we'll be back, guys. About 30 seconds, we'll be back. I'm going to have to get some more coffee. I want to go back to the phones when we get back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. All right, back to the phones. I've covered a lot. You're welcome to call in about anything I brought up so far, involving the government shutdown and such. But I'm really curious to hear, after the speech yesterday, who would be your pick to be the second MAGA president, J.D. Vance or Pete Hegseth? Again, I'm going to support whoever Trump supports, right? There's no getting around that. But my pick today, without question, would be Pete Hegseth. JD could be his vice president. No, there's no term limits on vice presidents, but that I know of, unless I missed it. But Pete Hegseth, and as the conversation continues, I'll explain more as to why. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing? Name is D.
All right, speak up a little bit.
Hey, my name is D. I'm calling from.
All right, D, what's on your mind?
I just heard a little bit about what you were saying.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me answer. I got to answer these lines coming in. All right, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. You heard what I was saying, and?
About Pete Hegseth.
Yep.
I didn't get a chance to hear his speech, but I kind of think he's a moron.
Oh.
But I do think he's on to a great idea about compulsory service in the military. I think we should have the Senate and the House and all of our representatives actually, committed to military service. At least 30% of our representatives should serve. I think we'd have a different country if they actually served.
Okay, now I want to ask you.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask you a question. I was actually going to present you a question.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What do you think? What do you think about ending paying for college for our military service? Like,
you're talking about the GI
I
Bill?
Well, I think the majority of the people that serve in our military only do it in order to be able to pay for college. And I think it's not about being tough. I think it's about making,
that's not a problem. GI Bill's a great thing. Great, now that we're increasing standards in the military. Now, I don't support any of that. Now, you said something at the beginning of your call I want to expand on, because I want to get you said that you believe Pete Hegseth is a moron. And I looked up the definition of moron, which I want to read to you. Okay? Moron, the modern usage of the word moron is used informally and pejoratively to call someone stupid or idiotic with a strong negative tone. In short, moron is a derogatory term for someone considered very foolish. Can you give me an example of something Pete Hegseth has done or said since he's been the Secretary of War or Defense that fits that definition of a moron, since you called him that? I'm curious.
Pete Hegseth, if I'm not mistaken, used to be a Fox news contributor, correct?
You called him a moron. So why did you? What has he done that's moronic?
Well, he released secured, confidential text messages and emails.
No, he did not. No, he did not. That's not true. That's not true.
Absolutely, he did.
That's not true. There was
That's not true?
Nope, that's not true.
Is true.
Nope.
Pete Hegseth is also the same guy that threw an axe at same guy that threw an axe on live TV at one of the bands,
they did the question was he's been Secretary of Defense. Excuse me, no, that's not what I asked.
Right.
I said
him as a moron.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
On live TV.
That's not what I asked you.
One of the contributors.
No.
And then he's also openly released.
No, slow down. Slow down. The question was, give me an example of something he's done or said since he's been Secretary of Defense or War, okay, that is moronic, okay? So the examples on Fox, I'm not going to comment on. The Signal chat, no. What happened on Signal chat, there was another member of the Trump administration who had an aide that, unknown to the others in the group, allowed a liberal reporter into the group. It was not Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth did not leak or give out classified information to people without clearance. Someone on one of the staffs of another member of the, I've forgotten his name now, he's been transferred, he got kicked out of the White House. A member of his staff invited a liberal reporter without anyone knowing into this classified meeting. So you called him a moron. The reason you call him a moron is because you don't like Trump and MAGA people.
I call him a moron because No, that's not true. I have no problem with MAGA people. I think that actually a lot of them are misguided based on what Trump says that he's going to do. I actually don't.
What are we misguided on? Okay, what is misguided?
I don't have animus against
Excuse me. Trump is misguiding us? How is Trump misguiding us?
Yes, he is.
How is he misguiding us?
For instance, on tariffs, he lies about what tariffs do. Tariffs do not are tax on the American people. They and maybe selective tariffs help produce manufacturing and support an economic base based on protectionism. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think if it's paired with manufacturing and investment, that's typically how
this is what you just said. Very interesting. Tariff is a fancy word for an import tax, right? It's a tax, and you're telling me that
on the people.
Hold on, let me finish and let me ask my question. You're saying that raising taxes, in this instance, an import tax, raising taxes makes things more expensive, and it's a tax on the American people. So this is very interesting. You're supporting a political party, the Democrats, that 100.
I'm not supporting the Democratic Party.
That 100% opposed all of the tax cuts in the big beautiful bill of President Trump's, which was the largest tax cut in our lifetime. So
which was a terrible tax giveaway to the richest people in the country. I think that
a tax giveaway to the richest people. You're talking about tip workers, no taxes on tips. You're talking about waiters and bartenders and Uber drivers.
The big beautiful bill. The majority of those tax cuts went to the wealthiest people in the country.
You know what?
$2 trillion.
These tax cuts that you're against on the import taxes are taxes on big international mega corporations that are richer than these individuals.
No, they're not. The majority of you
are correct about one thing. Taxes are passed on to consumers. So when you cut tax, so we don't want any taxes on anyone.
But tax cuts on corporations are not a relief to the American people. The majority of the gains for corporations has been. And this is my same problem with Democrats. That Democrats do the same thing, and why inflation has exploded.
Well, see, inflation has not exploded. Inflation's down under Trump. But here's the thing, okay? President Trump didn't raise tariffs. He lowered tariffs.
No, Donald Trump is currently levying, I think, 100% tax on Chinese goods.
Excuse me. No. Hold on a second. Hold on.
During that
hold on a second. No, he's lowered tariffs, and I'm going to explain to you how. What President Trump is doing is something called reciprocal tariffs. Now, there are some isolated incidents. Excuse me. There are some isolated incidents with Russia and China that involved international relations, but overall, reciprocal tariffs are. Our tax on your goods will be whatever yours is on ours. So these other countries were charging 80% tax, 100% tax, 200%, and even 300% taxes on our goods. They've lowered them. So what President Trump has done is actually lowered the import-export taxes, not raised them overall, lowered them.
With all due respect, President Trump has levied a broad range of taxes on countries that did not, like Canada, for instance. We had free trade agreement with.
No, Canada was charging us huge taxes on their goods.
We had with all due respect, Canada, we had specific selective.
No, you're wrong.
We had
Canada was charging us in some. No, we did not have free trade. Canada was charging the United States. Excuse me. No, we did not. No, we did not. Canada, it was free on our end. Canada was charging over 200% import taxes on some U.S. goods.
That's not true.
It is true.
I would welcome you to ChatGPT it live.
I don't get my opinions from ChatGPT.
That your audience could hear.
No, it's true. Listen, I got to run. But if you're on hold, stand by. Canada had over 250% tax on some goods. So this idea that Trump raised the import taxes is not true. He's actually lowered them. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? ChatGPT's liberal. Stay away from it.
My name's Sandy.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name's Sandy. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Hey, Sandy.
Yeah, I am a Navy veteran, Desert Storm, and I thought Pete Higgs' speech was absolutely inspiring.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
I've been waiting for something like that for all these years, for somebody to come out and put their foot down and say enough is enough.
Yeah. I mean, it was amazing. He, the way I described it to a caller earlier, Marine, is he was reprimanding those generals and admirals yesterday. He was blaming the problems in the military on them.
Absolutely, and that blame was well placed. When I was in 90 to 96, and we had the do and ask, don't tell, which is no problem. There was no problem with that. Somebody didn't want to be in, they were gay, lesbian, all they had to do was say something and they were out.
Yeah.
There was no outward showing of, their behavior or whatever. Especially when you're on board ship. I was on board ship with 1,700 other personnel.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't know who was gay or lesbian because it didn't come out there. If they wanted that job, they performed it.
What kind of ship were you on?
And
What kind of ship were you on?
I was on a destroyer tender.
Oh my goodness. Here's the thing, okay? You're on a ship. A lot of the people that are in the military today, I don't know how they make it through the passageways and the hatches on ships. They're too big.
That was something else I was going to bring up. The passageways on board a ship are fairly large, but if you have to lock down and go under like condition zero, the entire ship is secured. There's no way that somebody that's 300 pounds is getting through one of those ship scuttles.
I don't know. I took a tour of a submarine once, and they were showing me where some of the sailors were sleeping on these little mattress pads underneath torpedoes. Right?
Yeah.
And these people that are in the service today, there's so many of them are obese, they can't fit under a torpedo.
Oh, yeah, well, there's absolutely no way, and even on the ship's berthing, the berthing areas that we had were like, the bunks were maybe 2 feet wide.
Yeah.
And it's on, and the upper racks are like just a thin piece of sheet metal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's no way that somebody that's that big is getting one.
They couldn't hold them.
Absolutely not. We had some people on board that were heavier size.
But back when you were in the Navy, I would hear stories from friends of mine that were in the Navy. And there would be all kinds of things where people would get in trouble. Like guys would get in trouble who got bad sunburns sometimes, or you get in big trouble for that. Or there were a couple of big instances. There was one aircraft carrier where a couple of women got pregnant on board. There was all kinds of problems with that. And now there's no discipline in the military, is a lot of what Pete Hegseth was talking about.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, when we had another destroyer tender, one of our sister ships at the USS Yellowstone that we called the USS Baby Maker.
Really?
Women were regularly getting and that they actually had a woman give birth on board.
Well, there was one aircraft carrier that had to I can't remember exactly when this was. It was in the news. It had to return. They had like 5 women get pregnant. It had to return to port because of one of the pregnancies, and they couldn't, for whatever reason, they couldn't fly her out. Maybe the launch on the aircraft carrier was too much for a pregnant woman, or something, or they were there was something going on where they couldn't fly her out, and that I don't know how many millions of dollars that cost. But people used to get in trouble for these things, and now you got these guys in the Navy with beards making videos on TikTok in girl prom dresses, and it's just not good.
It is. It's absolutely disgusting as far as I'm concerned. When they had the upper, I can't remember what she was, or he was, Admiral, that was, in drag, basically. And I was like, that's insane.
Yeah.
How can the military expect to keep any kind of order with people like this?
Well, one of the biggest deterrents. One of the biggest deterrents of the U.S. military is not just our weaponry and all that stuff that's overwhelming. It's you got to have a military that scares the enemy. And if you've got guys wearing dresses and overweight people and everything, that encourages that's one of the reasons that the Ukraine war happened. They lose the fear of the U.S. military.
Oh, absolutely, I agree. I absolutely agree. And that's, with the Navy, every 18 months we go out and do, our tours, like we had the Mediterranean tour on the East Coast and they had the Westpac on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And that was originally set up by Roosevelt from the Great White Fleet as a show of force.
That's Teddy Roosevelt, by the way, the Great White Fleet, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so this is it, and we did this, like every 18 months or so.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't imagine what it would be like with today's Navy pouring into those ports.
Oh.
In the 90s, we still had respect.
They didn't have. I can't imagine now you go, if you went into these port cities, I bet you they have gay bars that just cater to the sailors now. that they didn't have back in your day, right? Because it was don't ask, don't tell.
No.
You know, and before that, it was
Right.
illegal. All right, you gave some good information. Thanks for calling. I got to run for a break.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
All right, take care. Great caller. If you're on hold, stand by. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. We'll be right back. All right, if you're on hold, stand by, guys. I'm going to wait till we get back from the break to take calls. But I want to tell you guys, if you've not gone on one of our MAGA cruises, to go with us, guys. You will just have such a great time on our MAGA cruises. They are more fun than I can imagine. And our 10th annual one is coming up. And this is a video from one of our recent cruises that I put together. And you can see these are all listeners that I'm with and hanging out with. That's on our catamaran ride. These are all listeners. There's Ian in the white t-shirt. That's my daughter. And that's us coming back from snorkeling before I lost all this weight. That guy that just jumped in the water, he dived down 20 feet. We were snorkeling over a World War II era shipwreck, a ship that had been sunk. And it was 20 feet deep, 25 feet deep. He went down without any gear, all the way down and back. I couldn't believe it. But if you don't snorkel, that's okay. You can stay on board, and we just have a great old time. That's me and Ian from Cruise and Travel Depot. This is one of our shore excursions. We had a beach party at this resort, and it was drinks were included. And Ian and I were working as the bartenders. And our 10th annual cruise is in March. 561-244-5779 is Ian's number. If you get a voicemail, this here is inside a cave. We one of our shore excursions on one of the islands. I can't remember what island it was. If there's anybody from the cruise, you can remind me. We went into this cave deep in this mountain, and that's where this is. You'll see. This was so cool. These are all our listeners on the cruise. This is a rum factory we stopped in. That's Rob. He's a friend of mine. He and his wife go on all the cruises. They're good friends of mine. And we just have a great time. That's us walking up. Those are all listeners from our group. That's us walking up to where we're going to go into the cave in the mountain. That's inside the cave. You know, this is another boat trip we took on another island. This was really cool. Of course, food and drinks are included. Look at this was Aruba. I remember the sunset in Aruba. This is dinner one night on board the ship, which of course is all included. All you can eat too. See those meals? I ordered 3 meals so I could show them on the video. You can do that. You can order 20 meals if you want. That's me in the morning relaxing with my coffee. That's breakfast, all included. This is called the Magic Carpet. And this is on the ship we're going on this time too. It's a bar area that hangs off the side of the ship. We always have a party out there. See, this is it out there on that. It's a lot of fun. That's the Martini Bar. We're all having a good time at the Silent Disco. And join us. You'll have a great time. We got a great group. And we got really good pricing. So the pricing on this cruise is 2019 pricing. And if you're a regular cruiser, when you call Ian at Cruise and Travel Depot, you'll know what I mean. The number is 561-244-5779. 561-244-5779. Hold on, Steve's calling. Yes, I'm in break. I'm on the air. What's up? What's going on? Okay. All right. I'll talk to you in a bit. Bye. All right. That was Steve. He just told me a quick thing. So join us on the cruise. You'll have a great time. And again, if you get Ian's voicemail, leave your name and number, and he will call you back. All right. Here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. My phone rang during the break there. It was Steve. He just told me a quick little thing there. And all right, we are back. If you're on hold, stand by. I have covered a lot on the program today. We talked early about a great week of winning. This is the week of winning for Trump, right? the Israeli-Gaza deal, the prescription deal, the budget deal, the Pete Hegseth event yesterday. Just a week of winning. And I was asking you all this question. After Pete Hegseth's speech yesterday, who would be your top pick to be the second MAGA president? J.D. Vance or Pete Hegseth? Again, whoever gets the nomination and whoever Trump endorses, I'm always going to be behind, okay? But if I could pick between J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth right now, it would be Pete Hegseth for the second MAGA president. What do you guys think? All right, let's go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Well, Brian, good morning. This is Robert from Tampa.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so the guy that called, calling the Pete Hegseth a moron, I think you should have stayed on the point. Don't let him go. Because they like calling people names. He called him a moron for what? What has he done wrong? And you said, during his time, what has he done wrong? I don't think there should be any fat people on the as a military personnel.
Yeah.
Because, think about it. I don't know if I watched one of these documentaries about submarine. When they go down, have you been in the submarine before?
Yeah, I've been twice. I've been in a submarine twice. It is so tiny.
Yeah, it is a tight spot. There shouldn't be any fat people. If you sign up to go through to be, because they are now danger to themselves and to people.
Well, what happened now, first off, in my defense, I talked to that moron for 10 minutes. I'm not going to make him a co-host. But the other thing about the soldiers, a lot of what happened is, that 250th Army parade that we had, a lot of those soldiers were overweight. Not only were they overweight, they couldn't even march properly. And Pete Hegseth yesterday said he was just as pissed off at fat generals and admirals he sees walking around the Pentagon, right? That was amazing what he did yesterday.
Amazing. It was amazing. I'll tell you what, when I was in the academy for the Border Patrol, right, they told us, you know what, guys, you know why we take you on a 3 miles jog or running? Because your opponent is not ready for that.
Yeah.
They're not thinking about running 3 miles. So, if you cannot run and catch, these adversaries or the victim, what you call it? These evildoers.
Yeah.
What are you?
Yeah.
Why are you here?
That's
because
right.
you're going to cause problem for your partner, okay? As a cop. I see all these fat cops running around. What is it?
When I was in high school, now this was in the 80s, I was in high school, and there was a shoplifter at Publix, and they ran out the store, and a cop ran after them. The cop had to stop in the parking lot, was out of breath, and the person ran away. I couldn't believe it. The cop couldn't keep up.
Oh no, that happened to me right here in Tampa.
Yeah.
In the Publix.
Yeah.
This lady, robbed the store, and then the cop was chasing this lady. They didn't catch up with her. I had to catch up with her.
Yeah.
What is this? What country are we? If you check all these Russian soldiers and everything, they are fit and everything. Check the China
look at the Israelis. Look at the Israeli defense forces. Yeah. They are in peak physical freaking condition.
I got to say something before I go. This guy named Renee that I normally call you from New Jersey or New York, whatever, you have to cut him loose.
Renee from Harlem, Jay from Jersey.
Yeah, please, cut them loose because they are capable of wrongdoings. I'm telling you, they can't control themselves. You have to cut them loose because they can't control their anger. They are racist.
No doubt about that. They are racist,
so,
yes.
You have a good day, Brian.
Well, I appreciate it from Tampa, Florida. All right, take care. We've had some great calls today, I must say. All right, 888-465-2631 is the number. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, Brian.
Here we go.
I'm calling from Connecticut.
Hey, Connecticut.
Hey, so it's actually my first time watching the show, and I came across your... yeah, thanks. I was scrolling through live.
This is where MAGA. This is where MAGA comes to talk.
All right. And is it okay if I'm anti-MAGA?
Of course, we take calls from all political perspectives. Just don't use any profanities.
Right. Of course. So I have, I've always had conversations. There's two topics I'd love to talk to you about.
Sure. Hold on. Let me answer all these phone lines coming in. Hold on. All right. Yeah, go ahead. What do you want to talk to me about?
Okay. So, one is...
pick the best one.
Okay. So, one of them. Minimum wage and pretty much like
minimum wage,
the cost of living and minimum...
Cost of living. Okay. All right. What about it?
Well, so... It's basically minimum wage and how we can best help people make like a living wage.
Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay, I have never earned minimum wage in my entire life from my very first job when I was in high school. And why do you think that is? Why have I never earned minimum wage?
First of all, what state are you from?
Florida. I'm in the state of Florida.
Okay. Actually, I do have to say, even though, I'm really not a huge fan of Florida politics.
No, but we're not talking about Florida politics. No. Hold on. What would be your guess? I'm up against a break. I'm going to hold you over the break, okay? I don't do that very often. You can count on one hand how many callers in my many years of doing this that I've held through breaks. But my question was, I told you I have never earned minimum wage. Why do you think I have never earned minimum wage? I've always earned above it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you chose a job that paid a little bit above it.
Because I wouldn't work for minimum wage. That's correct.
Okay.
I wouldn't work for minimum wage.
Yeah.
So my response to that is, if you don't like minimum wage, get a job that pays more. Now listen, I'm up against a break, but you hang in there, okay? And we'll continue the conversation after the top of the hour, all right? So I'm going to put you on hold. We'll see if we do some red pilling here. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. If you're on hold, stand by. Back with the lib after this. Yeah, I'm curious to hear what he has to say. All right, we'll be back shortly. I gotta sneeze. All right, and we will be back. Let me see. This is a radio station break we're in. I'm going to go back to that caller. We'll be back in less than 2 minutes. And we'll go back to our liberal from Connecticut. So if you're on hold, stand by. I'll get to the other callers after that. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Yeah, when I started working in 10th grade, was like my first paying job. Minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. And I applied for 2 jobs. One of them was at Arby's, and one of them was at Publix, which was next door. Arby's paid $3.35 an hour, and Publix paid $3.65 an hour. So I took the job paying 30 cents above minimum wage instead of the Arby's. which was a pretty smart move, wasn't it? And then I remember after 6 months, I didn't like it anymore. I went to quit. They gave me a 50-cent an hour raise. I couldn't believe it. I was making over $4 an hour in less than a year, and minimum wage was still $3.35. Okay, we'll be back shortly. Okay, 25 seconds. We'll be back. All right, less than 10 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, and I held this liberal guy from Connecticut over. You know, we were talking. You asked me about the minimum wage, but that's a little generic and not interesting to me. But we've got the greatest president of our lifetime, Donald Trump, in office right now. I know this sounds like the first time you've talked to a MAGA person. Can you bring up something that's a little more relevant to what we're going through today?
Hi, Brian.
Hey.
Again. Hey, so you're asking me to bring up something a little more relevant than minimum wage?
Correct.
All right, and why is that? Because I think minimum wage is pretty relevant. Everything's going up in price.
Minimum wage sucks. You know, one of the reasons that things are going up in price is because of minimum wage. You know, I don't even know what minimum wage is in Florida anymore, but like in California, you know, my daughter just moved from Los Angeles to Florida, right? She grew up here, obviously, and she moved to Los Angeles, and then she moved back to Florida. And the main reason was the prices. I mean, you go and get a hamburger at a fast food restaurant in California, they charge you through the roof. There are people that make videos about it and put it online because the minimum wage is so high out there. They got to raise the price of everything. Raising the minimum wage is devastating to low-income people. But that's just the way it is.
I'd like to argue with that. I actually was in LA in June, and I went to In-N-Out right at the airport, and it was actually cheaper than Connecticut. You know, I got a burger and fries and a drink.
Yeah, I bet it's not cheaper than Florida. I bet it's not cheaper than Florida. But we have this great MAGA president who I'm sure you don't approve of.
No, so I don't approve of him, and there's a lot of reasons why. One of the reasons is, you said stick to one topic. I don't want to go off on a tangent. I want to, but he doesn't believe in, and I don't know your opinion. I don't want to generalize.
I agree with everything Trump does. I agree with everything Trump says and does. Everything, whatever it is.
Okay. So, staying on that topic of minimum wage, the Florida minimum wage is actually $14 an hour.
Oh my goodness!
The federal
is it?
So, yeah, it's as of September 30th, 2025. And base pay for tipped employees is $10.98 per hour.
$14 an hour. Wow, that's crazy. That's way too high.
Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion. This is part of the gradual increase approved by voters.
You said Trump doesn't believe in something. What does Trump not believe in that you disagree with?
Oh, so yeah, basically, the federal minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour.
Oh, that's great. And that's more reasonable.
Well, here's the thing. Here's why I want to argue against having that low of a minimum wage. I hear MAGA say all the time that they don't like when people, now correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't like when people are on government, what's it called? Oh my gosh, I'm struggling to think of
welfare, government assistance, welfare, food stamps?
Yes, welfare. So correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't approve of people being on welfare.
That is wrong. That is incorrect.
Okay. So, okay.
What we don't approve of are illegal border jumping invaders who are in the country illegally, getting government benefits illegally that they're not owed or entitled to. That's where we take issue. That's what President Trump stopped.
Okay, yeah. So I don't think there, but that's now. What I think you and I can both agree on is I think it'd be best for the country if we minimized the amount of people who need to be on welfare. Can we both agree on that?
Well, yeah.
It'd be better if
I've never been on welfare.
If we get at the core, yeah, no, I've never been on welfare either. You know, I'm working 3 jobs right now.
Well, there's the problem. I mean, okay, see, you work 3 jobs. You know, I've always worked more than one job. I still do today. I mean, I do a radio show, a podcast. I'm on YouTube all the time. You know, I don't do. I could coast through and just do this the morning radio show, but I do. You know, I do at least 3 different shows a day instead of just one.
Yeah, yeah.
So and I do it for the same reason that you work 3 jobs, and I even work on the weekends when I can be off.
I got myself into a little bit of debt from a toxic ex, but you know, I was
a toxic ex, really?
Yeah. Well, I was living part time out in San Francisco, and we were eating out.
Why did you two guys? Were you married, or were you just in a same-sex boyfriend relationship?
No, it was a woman.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why you thought that was a man.
Well, you mentioned San Francisco and your voice and all. I just assumed San Fran, you know.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, so...
when you said San Francisco, between that and your voice, I just assumed you were in a same-sex relationship. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with people being gay, though, right? So, you know,
yeah.
It's not an insult that I thought you might be gay. Can't be an insult as a liberal.
No, I'm bi, but that's
you're bi. See, so I was right. You're bisexual, so I was right. Okay, I was correct. You're bisexual, so you're into guys.
Yeah, but that's not part of the conversation.
When you go out with a girl, do you let her know that you have sex with men too? When you go on a date, or do you keep that secret?
No, I don't keep it secret. I let people know.
Really? How do you break that to her? You're out on a date with a girl. How do you tell her that?
Not in the first, Brian.
Before you have sex with her, do you tell her you're into guys too? They have sex with guys.
Of course.
Really? How do you break that to? You've gone out. How many dates with a girl until you have sex? If you're like most guys, you're trying to do it the first night, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So how do you break it to? Not that you could hide it, but how do you tell her that you have sex with guys? I'm curious. How does that go down?
Brian, why do you want so badly to talk about this?
It's interesting to people listening. I think people find this more interesting than minimum wage. How do you tell a girl? You're out on a date? You met some girl.
I just want to mention it's kind of crazy.
You're out on a date. You're back home. You're trying to get her in bed. Do you tell her before you have sex that you have sex with guys too, or do you keep that secret? You said you tell them. So how do you tell them?
I mean, it depends. It's like they don't care.
Girls don't care that you have sex with guys.
Well, because I'm safe, you know, I get tested. If I'm hooking up with people, I haven't been hooking. I recently, you know, just wanted relationships, and it's before, yeah, sure, I was like being safe, not like crazy, but you know, a few people, a handful of people a year, just casually hooking up, mostly women.
Mostly women.
But like
mostly women. Like how many in 1 year? How many women and how many guys did you have sex with during this hookup phase?
I mean, literally over the last 10 years.
No, like over a year. Like over a year. I don't need to get the.
Brian, it's literally only been like last year was. I don't think that.
How many people did you have sex with last year?
How many people? Last year I was a lot.
How many?
But
how many?
That
10, 20, 15?
No, God, no.
5?
God,
how
no.
many?
Less than that.
Less than what? Less than 10?
Yeah, it was about 5.
5. Of the 5, how many were men and how many were girls?
1.
1 girl, 4
guy,
guys?
And then no, the opposite. 1.
Really?
1 guy. 1. Yeah.
Okay.
But Brian, you realize this, like, I don't know, this conversation kind of makes me feel uncomfortable. I just want to let you know that.
Listen, I have nothing wrong. I have nothing against gay people, bi people, or anything else. But the reason I ask is a lot of your, I would say all of your, you don't realize this, but your political positions that are so wrong on everything because you lean to the left. You don't realize this, but they're all based on your sexuality. The MAGA movement led by President Trump is very pro-gay. The Secretary of Treasury is openly gay, and proudly so. So MAGA doesn't make judgments against gay people. They're very gay friendly, and if you ever go to a Trump rally, there's tons of gays for Trump people there. In fact, one of the high-profile J6ers that went to jail was gay, the guy from the Walk Away movement. But, President Trump, minimum wage is such a secondary issue. There must be something big. Why do you not approve of Donald Trump? There must be something bigger.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I don't approve of his Gestapo-style police force.
Where is this? Where's the Gestapo police force? Who is this organization? I missed it.
Yeah, so the ICE, ICE, what they're doing. Here's why, just, Brian, hear me out. Here's why I disagree with them. So they've determined that if you are, you're in a certain area, say you work in construction, right? And you have more melanin in your skin, you're Latino.
More melanin?
And you're Latino, okay? Mm-hmm. And then you are a construction worker. And, ICE might raid the construction site. They might go to the construction site. Now, there's no due process. That's the thing.
No, there is due process. ICE, when Barack Obama, I'm sure you support Barack Obama, he deported millions of people. And ICE is immigration and customs enforcement. Their police powers primarily are for immigration enforcement. And there is due process. It's not the same due process that you or I would get because we're American citizens. Being in the country illegally, it's just like if you're a juvenile.
Brian, can I pause you right there?
If you're a juvenile and you commit a crime, even a felony, there's a different process for juveniles than adults. There's a different due process for illegals than there are for American citizens. But it's still due process.
Brian.
Yes.
You just brought up a perfect point. Okay. American citizens, right? You're working at it. You just so happen to be Latino. You're working at a construction site. You have none of your papers on you. You don't have your passport. But you're an American citizen. Maybe you don't have your what's it called? Your driver's license. You have nothing on you. Perhaps, and you get stopped by ICE. Maybe you have a little bit of a Latino accent, whether it's Mexican or Guatemalan or you're an American citizen, and you can't prove that because maybe perhaps you can't show them any of your
first of all papers. the instances of people not having driver's licenses, where state issued ID that are U.S. citizens is so slim that's so few people. Everyone has ID that's in the country legally. That's an American citizen. Brian. If I go out to make a run to pick up eggs, I take my driver's license with me. Okay, so that's a very rare instance. So what happens is
I typically do too. But when I go out on a walk
at Home Depot,
I don't bring anything. I bring my phone.
If they do a check. They have very high tech facial recognition and fingerprint systems that are connected to databases elsewhere. And if you're a U.S. citizen, it's highly unlikely, or a legal immigrant, it's highly unlikely that you're hanging out in a parking lot looking for day labor and you don't speak English, but with all the facial recognition software and fingerprints, they determine immigration status quickly. Listen, I kept you on for a while. I'm up against another break. Welcome to the program, and call me again on another day. And keep watching and listening, and you will be MAGA too one day. By the way, which do you enjoy sex with the most, men or women?
All right. Have a nice day, Brian.
Oh, boy, men. Oh, my goodness. He didn't want to answer that one. Oh, my goodness. We'll be right back. Oh, boy. Oh boy, if you're on hold, stand by. Okay. I'm going to go back to the phones after the break. Okay. We got time. Let me take a call before during the break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Chad from Nebraska. I called you yesterday.
Hey, Chad. What's up?
Hey, so, yeah, about the Charlie Kirk thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know. It's
yeah, go ahead. What about it?
But
the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Yes, what about it?
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about that. What about the kid that was the hero, like, just a couple states south? What's his name?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The shooting that happened the same day in Denver. What's the name of the kid that laid on top of another kid?
I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly.
What? And your point is? They hung up because they have no point. The point is, when there's a political assassination or an instance with a celebrity, it gets more press, especially a political assassination. And one of the best friends of the sitting president of the United States, who was assassinated because of his political activism for the president of the United States. Two different things. I'll give you an example away from politics. Look at this Keith Urban, Nicole Kidman divorce going on. There's a lot of divorces going on. Why is everybody following that in the news? Because they're celebrities, they're famous. Oh my goodness. Liberals are really vacuous, aren't they, when it comes to thoughts? Okay, we'll be back in 1 minute. I'm glad I took that one during the commercial break. No need to burn radio time with that call. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. We'll be back shortly. Less than a minute. Okay. Yeah, about 30 seconds, we'll be back. Welcome, everyone. If you're new, my name is Brian, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure you subscribe, guys, if you're new. And if you're already subscribed, do me the favor of liking the video, if you don't mind. It would be greatly appreciated. We'll be back in 25 seconds. I'm going to go back to the phones. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. All right, let's go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Dave from Boca Raton.
Hey, Dave.
Hi. I'm going to change the subject from the bisexual guy.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to get back to the military.
Absolutely.
I happened to have been in China 3 weeks ago on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
They had a huge military parade. I don't know if you ever saw it, but it was really big. There were literally tens of thousands of soldiers. They all looked mean, tough, strictly well-behaved.
Yeah.
And it was quite impressive.
Yeah.
Compared to transgenders, etc., in our military. So this is where the focus is in China, on strength, and even the women that were in the military parade.
What happened was, that a couple of things happened. When Colonel Vindman in President Trump's first term came and testified, right, and he walked into the room, he was fat. And that I'd never seen a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army that was overweight, and apparently that was the norm. He wasn't even wearing the right uniform. He was wearing the old uniform because they've gone back to that World War II era uniform, which is really nice and cool. He was wearing the old uniform. He was out of uniform and fat, and he's turning Trump into the Inspector General. I couldn't believe he should be on report.
Right.
But anyway, we had that military, that Army 250th anniversary parade a few months back in July. And I watched the whole thing, and everyone noticed we had soldiers that were overweight with bellies over their belts, and a lot of them couldn't even march properly. I couldn't believe it. And the president was pissed, and so was Pete Hegseth.
Well, I think you could also carry this over to our current education system. If you look at the way kids dress going to school, there's no... I don't know what the word is, but, they should be wearing uniforms. They should be not wearing short shorts, etc. And, it's discipline.
Well, look at what happens if you just came back from China. How old are you?
I'm 70.
You're 70. Okay. You're older than me. But, you remember, like when I was a kid in the 70s and even in the 80s, when you flew, people dressed up to go fly places. Now you go on a plane, they're wearing pajamas and fuzzy slippers. And and that's one of the reasons they still served alcohol on planes back then. These outbursts you see on aircraft, people have no respect or discipline for any authority or even themselves. And it carries on to every aspect of our society, including the military.
Exactly.
You remember that. You remember when people would get dressed up to fly, and I'm talking about coach. I'm not talking about first class.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you go on there now, right? They're wearing shorts and thongs.
Pajamas.
It's like unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flip-flops. I've seen it all.
Yeah. So there's a big change. And that speech that Pete Hegseth gave yesterday, the way I would describe it, he brought those generals and admirals from around the world, 4 stars and from 1 star to 4 star there. He was reprimanding them and blaming them for their failure as military leaders for the current state of the service.
Right. It's time to bring down more discipline all over American society, really. It's just getting worse and worse with liberal influence, unfortunately.
Well, people don't realize this. Obama became president 17 years ago. Think about that. Wow. So these generals, isn't that crazy? So these generals and admirals, they came up through the ranks through the Obama-Biden politically correct woke era. And I promise you, 2/3 of them hate Pete Hegseth and were fuming yesterday that he dared talk to them that way.
Talking about, Obama, look at the judges, some of them, the way they look.
Exactly.
That he brought in.
What do they have under those robes, you wonder?
All right, Brian.
All right, take care. Take care. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Brian. This is Graham up in Stewart.
Hey, Graham and Stewart. What's on your mind?
Well, I was just listening to you grill the guy for about 10 solid minutes about his sexual history, and I'm just wondering what's going on with your obvious obsession with gay sex.
It's not an obsession or an interest in gay sex, okay? A couple of things, okay?
The corollary of all homophobia is a preoccupation with homosexuality. So my question is, why are you so obsessed with homosexuality?
In that conversation, there was only one person that had a problem.
You circled back around to it 3 or 4 times.
I'm trying to answer the question, and I can understand why it's a sensitive topic with you. But in that conversation, there were
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I'll let the court of public opinion decide that one. With the caller you're referencing, there were 2 of us talking. There was one of us that has...
He's trying to talk about minimum wage. You keep circling back around to gay sex.
Yeah.
That's what my question for.
No, I'm answering the question, but you have to stop
You know that everyone who's listening is thinking, why is this guy so obsessed with gay sex? Why are conservative white men
I am trying to explain to you, but you won't stop talking.
My mistake.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay. In that conversation with the guy from Connecticut, originally from San Francisco, between the 2 of us, there was one of us that was uncomfortable with gay people. Which one do you think it was?
Well, I mean, I guess that would have to be you, considering you keep asking him about the visceral details of his sexual history.
Nope, it was him.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I first made a reference that he was gay, he denied it, and then we find out he is. He admitted he is. So he was trying to emphasis on trying.
Neither
he
of
was
those
trying
things
to hide
happened,
it.
but keep going.
He said he had mentioned San Francisco. I mean, I could tell he was gay, and he meant by some things he said, and he mentioned San Francisco, and I asked him about a boyfriend. He was talking about an ex, so I asked him about his boyfriend or husband, and then he said it was a woman. I said, come on, and then he denied being gay, and then he said he's bi, and bi is gay. If you have sex with men, you're gay, okay?
Bi is gay. Okay.
Yes, bi is gay. Yes. You disagree with that?
Why is bi gay? Why is that the same as gay?
If you're having sex with other men, you're gay. There's nothing wrong with that. I've known gay people my whole life. In the radio business, there's a lot of gay people.
I'm sure you got a lot of gay. I'm sure you have a lot of gay friends. I'm sure you do.
I do, and I have people in my immediate family who are gay, and I do have a lot of gay friends.
Right? There's plenty of gay people in the MAGA movement, right?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. There's a lot of them. Yeah. So there's no. But he was the one who was uncomfortable with gay people, not me.
I'm pretty sure that he felt uncomfortable because you keep asking him about the visceral details.
There's a couple of reasons I brought that up. Okay, and I'll tell you what they are. And these are 100% honest reasons, like everything else I share. One, he was new to the show. So when someone's new to the show and they've never called before or they've never listened before, I don't give them what I refer to the treatment. It's not like I'm talking to somebody that like Greg 2 or Renee from Harlem or something. But he has problems with MAGA, and he was trying to have a very academic discussion about minimum wage, which was terminally boring.
Yes,
terminally boring. And I thought it would be more interesting to get to the reason as to why he really doesn't like MAGA people and disapproves of Trump. And I knew he was gay, as did you. Okay, and I thought it was a more interesting way to go to find out what really makes him a liberal. And he's a liberal not because of these academic reasons, but because of his sexuality. And that's fine,
That's just you projecting your obsession onto everything and everyone
when you say obsession, you think I want to have sex with guys? You think that's when you say obsession? You think I want to have sex with guys? Are you kidding me? First off,
I never said that. I just said you were obsessed with it.
Well, what does that mean?
Talk about it a lot.
If I'm obsessed, why would I be obsessed?
I noticed that you
If I'm obsessed, why would I be obsessed?
keep talking about it a lot.
Why would I be obsessed?
Why is bi gay? Why is bi gay? Why is bi gay?
I'm curious. Why would that obsess me?
Because we know that it obsesses you because you constantly talk about it. And I also can't help but notice that on the episodes of your show where you are weaning yourself, shall we say, to your man crush, Pete Hegseth, that's when you tend to talk about it the most. Now, why is that, Brian?
No, I talk about it when I have a closeted gay guy on the phone sometimes.
Well, okay, so you're not crushing on Hegseth, of course, right?
Hegseth, the way I would no.
But he's a manly man, Brian. He's a manly man, just like you.
No, I'm not like Pete Hegseth. You obviously have an attraction to Pete Hegseth that you're repressing.
Oh, okay. The projection of the projection. Brilliant. You're just playing 4D chess this morning, Brian.
No, it's just gaydar. Yeah, Pete Hegseth is what is often described as a man's man. He's
oh my God.
And I would describe him as two things, right? Other than a man's man. There's three if you include that.
Other than an alcoholic. Go on.
No, he's not an alcoholic.
Other than a raging alcoholic.
No, not an alcoholic. Pete Hegseth
totally is, but okay.
Pete Hegseth is the real life Captain America he displayed yesterday, and he's a real he's a real life John Wayne type.
Oh my God! You get all your male archetypes from movies and comic books. I love this. No, go on.
No, that's it. I mean, but that's not a sexual attraction. Just because you think Pete Hegseth is hot and you're attracted to him doesn't mean that men who have respect for him are.
You're projecting yet again, Brian. Hold on. You don't think Pete
Hegseth's hot?
No, I'm more a George Michael in the 80s kind of guy.
Okay, see, now again, so you're into guys too, right?
Sure.
Okay, nothing wrong with that.
Okay, I mean, obviously there's nothing wrong with it because it's the first thing you go to every time you paint yourself into a corner on the radio.
No, not at all. And so far as my choice of subject matter with that caller, here you are calling me 30 minutes after he called about what you have in common is that you're both gay, not the minimum wage terminal boring thing that he brought up.
Well, okay, sure. I mean, you're the one looking for racy content, I guess. I don't,
No, interesting. But see, the reason you don't like Pete Hegseth is because you're attracted to him, and it burns you because he's MAGA.
You totally got me, man. That's why I talk about him. That's why I talk about him all the time.
You brought him up today in your call. I didn't bring him up to you. You brought him up to me.
You've been going off about him all morning and how because he
did something historic and brilliant yesterday. Doesn't mean that I want to have sex with him, like you do.
That guy is an unhinged alcoholic.
He's not an alcoholic.
Trump gave yesterday.
He's not an alcoholic. What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that he's an alcoholic?
Everyone knows he's a drunk, Brian.
Really?
You're the only person on the planet.
What do you mean? When has he been drunk publicly that you know of? That we've seen?
Oh, I see him.
Where do you see him drunk? The gay bars of Stewart's?
You don't think he seemed tipsy? You don't think he seemed the littlest bit tipsy yesterday going on this unhinged, bloodthirsty rant?
Oh, I've never seen someone filled with such confidence and sobriety in my life. All right, take care, and Stewart. All right? Take care. All right. Oh, boy. It's an interesting thing that he's calling from Stuart, Florida. Stuart, Florida is the most MAGA city in America. So it's very interesting how a guy like that's doing in the city of Stuart. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. I went so late for that break. The next segment's going to be short. It's my fault, guys. We'll be right back. These callers. Oh, my goodness, guys. I got to tell you. Oh, boy. Now, it is October 1st. It is Medicare open enrollment time now. If you are a Medicare recipient, if you're 65 years of age or older or about to turn 65, call Chapter. The number's on your screen. It's also in the description of the video. This is a national company that can help you with your Medicare no matter what state you were in. Give them a call, 805-754-3033. Again, the number's in the description, 805-754-3033. Chapter can help you with all your Medicare needs, no matter what state you're in, and they can save you big money, too. The average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. That's right. And when you call that number, you're going to get a live agent on the phone who, completely for free, will help you and answer all of your Medicare questions and make sure you're in the right plan. There's over 24,000 Medicare plans out there. And because Chapter's a national company, they have access to all of them. So give them a call, and they'll help you with your Medicare, no matter where you're located in the United States. 805-754-3033. You know, millions of seniors are in the wrong Medicare plan, which is costing them money that doesn't have to cost them, or they're missing out on a lot of Medicare benefits that they should be receiving. When you call this number, it's completely free. There's no catches to that, by the way. It is completely free. They'll make sure you're getting all the benefits you're entitled to, and they'll make sure that you're not spending money you don't have to spend, and that you have the right policy to make sure your doctors, your specialists, and your prescriptions are covered. There's a lot of companies getting out of Medicare coverage this year. Chapter, they'll make sure that you are covered properly, getting all your benefits, and save you money too. 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. It's open enrollment period is here. Give him a call, all right? Okay, hold on. Let me check out what time. Okay. We'll be back in just over a minute. So if you're on hold, stand by. Oh, man. Yeah, things are getting weird today. If you're on hold, hang in there. 20 seconds. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. Today's show's taking a turn. You know what I think it is. You know, you probably went, why am I hearing from so many of the gay guys calling? I think it's Pete Hegseth. I think that Pete Hegseth has just triggered something inside these guys that is inspiring them to call. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got to put your mouth closer to the phone. Yeah, go ahead. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is D. I actually called earlier.
It's one call per day, D.
It's one call. The gay guy.
It's one call per day.
Spoke to earlier.
One call per day, but I'll give you two today.
Because I appreciate that. Thank you. And I wanted to thank you for having.
Now, hold on a second. Let me answer the phones for these people.
I really appreciate it. I don't actually get to talk to a lot of MAGA people in my spare circle. Mm-hmm. I live in New York personally, but I do think you have sort of a perverse fascination with the gay people. I thought that actually talking about minimum wage was a productive conversation, because it is kind of the line between slavery.
Slavery. Okay, let me tell you what. Okay, hold on a second.
Capitalism that you kind of wanted to talk about.
Hold on a second. Sure. Just let me give you a little professional behind-the-scenes analysis of that. Minimum wage. Sure. If minimum wage was an issue in the news today, I would definitely probably be talking about it. But to have generic academic discussions about things, whether or not they're important or not, that aren't in the news is uninteresting. And but with that call, see, here's the thing. Most everybody, when it comes to politics, everybody's either liberal or conservative. Yeah, I know a lot of you liberals don't like to own up to it, but you're liberal. People.
I'm not liberal. I'm leftist. I'm much more left than.
Yeah, exactly. People are liberal or conservative based on things in their personal life. And that guy, I knew he was gay from the first moment I heard this first syllable out of his mouth, as did everybody in the audience. I didn't bring it up, and then he mentioned an ex in San Francisco and all this stuff. And the reason he's liberal, he's more conservative than he realizes, but because he's gay and spent time in San Francisco, his mind's been polluted into thinking in a certain way. Like you,
I'm not gay, and I'm not liberal.
Yeah, I know. You said you're more left than these Democrats.
Because the Democrats aren't left; they're conservatives. They start wars in different countries.
Yeah.
They spend billions of dollars spend billions of dollars of our tax dollars on useless wars. We spent $8 trillion in wars in Afghanistan.
Well, then you should be
rather than spending it on here in the United States.
Yeah. See, then you should be MAGA, because President Trump and Pete Hegseth. That's what a lot of this was about yesterday. Enough of this fighting these endless police actions around the country and bring things back home. And as a black man in America, you should be very happy with what President Trump and Pete Hegseth are doing right now, and I'll tell you what I mean.
No, I'm not, because
let me give you the specific. Let me give you the specific, and then you can tell me why no, you cannot.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you cannot.
Go ahead.
Pete Hegseth and President Trump are doing something that, as a black man in America, you should be very happy about. They have shut down almost all of the drug trafficking into the country. Those drugs that have been imported into the black inner cities all these decades are in shorter supply than they used to be. They're trying to rid the inner city of drugs and crime by sending the military in to stop people in Portland and Chicago and elsewhere, Washington, D.C., from being victimized. So as a black man, you should be in strong support of what President Trump is doing.
Last week?
You can respond to what I said.
Absolutely. We have been in a war against drugs for my entire life, since I was a kid.
They've said that, yes.
We spent billions upon billions. I think it's something like $3-4 trillion.
Yeah, but Trump is really doing it. What you're talking about is rhetoric of the past. I'm up against a break. President Trump, hold on. President Trump is
Can I finish my
I don't have time. No. I want to tell you something. President Trump has taken out
We spent $5 trillion on the war on drugs, which has been unsuccessful.
Until now.
We'd be better served spending that money with economic policies that address the real reasons of crime.
Whatever. I don't need to hear all your Malcolm X crap. Listen. Slow down a second.
No, that's a fact.
President Trump
is the reason why.
Excuse me. He called twice. It's once per day. President Trump has taken down 3 drug cartel boats from Venezuela. Pete Hegseth's military is currently training for soldiers to attack drug cartel locations in Latin America. And when we get back from the break, a drug cartel person gave an interview to CNN, which I'm going to share with you. But first, I want to rid you of something that you shouldn't be suffering with, and that's pain through Dr. Appleton's laser wave pain treatment. Now, I have been talking for a long time about all the different types of pain that it can rid you of. But I want to talk for a moment here about the laser and how it actually works. Dr. Appleton doesn't just have a laser, he has a robotic laser. And what Dr. Appleton has the skill set to do, which is amazing, he can determine where in your body the pain is coming from. I'll give you an example. I've talked 3 times that he's rid me of shoulder pain from accidents I've had on my skateboard. The first time I went in for shoulder pain, the pain was in my hand. And I was in so much, this was not the arthritis. That was another time. I had this pain in my hand and in my lower arm. And I said, Doc, I don't know, my hand, I don't know, is it broken? He said, Brian, the pain's it's coming from your shoulder. And I said, what do you mean? And he told me, no, he's like, you've got an injury up here in your shoulder. It's triggering a nerve. That's why you're feeling it in the hand. I was like, wow, that's why he's the doctor, all right? And what the laser does, the robotic laser of Dr. Appleton's, he determined where the pain was coming from on my shoulder that was causing me this pain all the way down my arm. And he targets that area. But because it's a robotic laser, the laser moves and it treats all around. It treats the top of the shoulder, the side of the shoulder, back where my shoulder blade is, on top of the shoulder, and then of course right in the front of it again. So the entire area all the way around, a total 360 area, is treated with the robotic laser. It is amazing. And what the laser of Dr. Appleton's does, this incredible robotic laser, it repairs the damage that's causing the pain. And that's why the pain hasn't returned the 7 times he's treated me, because he's repaired the damage that was causing me the pain. Give him a call and take advantage of the no-charge free consultation. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. If you're on hold, stand by. Okay, that'll be next. We'll be back in about 90 seconds, guys. About 90 seconds. If you're new, make sure that you subscribe and click that notification bell. And if you could share the program on your socials, that would be spectacular. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, just over a minute, we'll be back. Less than a minute. Welcome, everyone. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Great calls today, by the way. Great calls. All right, stand by. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. Back to our phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, it's Renee from Harlem.
Oh, hey, Renee. Yeah, you've been brought up by a couple of callers today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just wanted to give your Redneck Radio Hour a little
Okay, now,
shout out.
before you go on, I'm going to let you say what you got to say. Greg, too, he said, you got all these people who say they don't listen. And I said, no, that's just something they say. Like this guy here. Every time Renee calls in, he claims that he doesn't listen to the show. But anyway, go ahead, Renee, who doesn't listen.
No, I said I hate your guts.
Yes.
That's what I said.
Yes.
and I call because I want to expose your racism. So I wanted to give a rest in peace to Asada Shakur, who passed away she was 80 and change.
Are you kidding me? You're talking about the cop killer that's been on the lam in Cuba? Come on.
And she's free. Free.
This virtue signaling you're doing. Give me a break.
You pigs couldn't get to her. That must really make you crazy.
That's it? All right, take care. That was more than enough. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, sorry. My name is Heather. I'm from Birmingham.
Heather, turn down the volume of whatever you're listening to me on in the background. There's a delay.
Okay, sorry.
All right. What's your name again? Where are you calling from?
My name is Heather. I'm calling from Birmingham.
All right. Heather from Birmingham. Yes.
I was just going to say that I never knew of you until you popped up on my YouTube, and it is kind of awkward when you go on breaks. Mm-hmm. But I do agree with you when it comes to Pete Hegseth, and I do like JD also. But I think a lot of liberals are trying to say that they would be okay with Rubio.
Liberals?
So that's interesting. Yeah, or leftist, whatever.
I haven't heard any liberals that are pro Marco Rubio, but I like him. He was our senator here in Florida, and I like Marco Rubio. He's very good. He was a never Trumper for a while when Trump ran the first time, but he's grown up and he's done a great job.
I don't think I've ever heard Pete say anything bad about Trump. No. A lot of the other people have,
including JD Vance. Including JD Vance.
Correct. So I kind of agree with you when it comes to Pete. Mm-hmm. And plus, that was very American what he did. It reminded me of my childhood, I guess, back in the 90s when we would hear somebody talk.
Yeah, real men.
Strong and American flags, and let's get back to what it used to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Before the wokeness.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think it's interesting. I've had so many gay men calling today that are taking issue with Pete Hegseth. I just think that they are upset that they're attracted to a MAGA man.
I believe it's they want a platform. It's all about that these days.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And if you give them a platform, they'll take all your time.
No, it's okay. No,
we hear that enough on the mainstream radio.
You want to? No, not at all. No, you don't hear what I do. You taking calls screenless like this from all people? No, you do not. And people are red pilled all the time. You want to. Half of this audience are liberals, and any time that I do a personal appearance, I always meet at least one person, sometimes more than one, who would tell me, I used to be a liberal, I used to be a never Trumper, and I listened to you for however long, and now I'm MAGA. I'm a Republican. So no, we're red pilling people all the time in our movement, just like Charlie Kirk. He went out of his way to talk to people who disagreed with him. Charlie Kirk wasn't a success by talking to people that agreed with him. He was well known and famous for talking to those who disagreed with him.
Well, you did keep my attention for longer than a lot of people have with Jimmy Kimmel. That was the first time I ever heard of you.
Yeah.
Was when you were talking about him. And I agreed with you, but I knew there was something up with that.
His ratings have tanked. They've gone... Jimmy Kimmel, his first 2 nights, he did very well, but since then they've dropped about 70% back to their old lows after the first 2 nights. And if you notice, Jimmy Kimmel hasn't even been in the news. No one's even talked about him for over a week now.
Yeah, I wish that Trump just didn't tweet about it, and then this would have been nothing.
It's not that he was asked about it by a couple reporters. He didn't do any, whatever. It did not help Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel's ratings, the first 2 nights, they were up, even without being on those stations that didn't run him. His ratings dropped 70% since the second night, back to their old lows, maybe even lower than the old lows. I don't know, but they dropped 70% on night 3. And now here we are over a week, and he's out of the news again. And I saw Jimmy Fallon on some interview yesterday. He looks terrified.
Yeah, well, none of the night shows are doing well anymore. Nobody really watches that anymore.
Well, they would if they were good.
I don't.
They would if they were good.
Right, yeah.
You know? And,
I agree.
And because they suck, they don't. Well, listen, I'm glad you found me, and welcome to the program. Make sure you follow. And call me again sometime.
For sure.
All right, take care. Now, if you're on hold, I will do that. If you're on hold, hang in there. I want to talk about my incredible weight loss from Coastal Weight Loss Secret. And I don't want to say miraculous because my results are typical with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. You can do the same thing. You know, I didn't realize really that I needed to lose weight until I started losing it. And I know that sounds crazy, but I saw myself in the mirror every day. And because I gained the weight over a period of time, it just happened. And then when I lost over 20 pounds in the first 3 weeks with Coastal Weight Loss Secret without any exercise, without any shots, without any prescription medications or any medications, eating foods I would normally eat and without starving myself. And when in those first couple of weeks when I started losing weight, we had just done on Inauguration Day our Bye Bye Biden bash at Wings Plus, and I was seeing photos that people took of me at Inauguration Day. I started the Monday after the inauguration, and when I saw those pictures, I was embarrassed at how I looked. You know, I really was. I'd let myself go. Now I weigh what I weighed 29 years ago. I've got my face back, my neck back, my chiseled face back. My belly is gone. My stomach is flat. I've lost inches and inches off my waist. I've lost over 35 pounds. And you too can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. Call and set up your free consultation right now. Now remember, with Coastal Weight Loss Secret, they can help you no matter where you're located in the United States. And we have listeners from all over America who have called and are losing literally tons of weight. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. That's coastalweightlossecret.com. And if you want to see what I used to look like, go on my YouTube channel and go back to the beginning of January, go to December, and then look at me now, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. All right, 2 hours down, 1 to go. You are listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. If you're on hold, stand by. My name is Brian Craig. I've got some audio sound bites I want to get to when we get back, and your calls, including the drug cartel member that CNN interviewed. Our number is 888-465-2631. We'll take our break for the top of the hour and be right back. All right, I'll take a call or two during the break here. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, it's Jessica, West Palm.
Hey, Jessica, what's up?
Brian, how you doing?
All right.
Brian, you know the guy from Stewart that called you earlier?
Yes.
He said, he's not MAGA, and you're right. He lives in one of the most MAGA cities in the United States. And not only the most MAGA city in the U.S., but also the most family-oriented city, like, husband, wife, kids.
Yes.
And he's, gay, but he lives in those cities. So that's where you see the liberal hypocrisy. You see that when they do stuff like that. Why? Because they vote liberal, they support liberal ideas, but they don't live in liberal cities infested crime.
And I'll tell you, Stewart, Florida, where he lives, okay, it is the most. It is the my father-in-law and mother-in-law live there, and I go there quite a bit. It's not too far from where I live. It's about an hour and 15 minutes away, and I made a YouTube video about it, the most MAGA city in America, and it is. By far, you cannot. You go into a regular store and they've got cardboard cutouts of President Trump. They're everywhere.
There's no crime happening there, Brian. But
None.
They love to vote for people that support crime. Like, for example, like the mayor in Chicago. The mayor in Chicago sounded, you're like, just like the guy that called you from New York. Well, we need to speak about economic disparity instead of doing the.
The reason they don't care is because these liberal elites live in the lily white neighborhoods where there's no crime. I saw yesterday for the first time I saw on television the governor of Oregon. Have you seen the governor of Oregon? It's a lady governor.
Yes, I have.
She makes Rachel Maddow look feminine.
It's such a hypocritical.
If she lived in the area with the crime, she'd have a whole different attitude.
You know, Brian, that's what woke me up from the Democratic Party. You know that's exactly what made me open my eyes in 2020.
Yeah. Well, listen, I got to run. I'm up against the clock, but I appreciate the call. All right, you take care. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. We're coming back in just a few seconds from the break. Welcome back, everyone. The third hour has begun. This is the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. So the war, a guy called about the war on drugs was a vacuous, meaningless phrase that was used since the Reagan era until now. And President Trump shut down the trafficking on the southern border. He's been blowing these boats out of the water. And the Marines and the Army and the Air Force and the Navy have been training for land attacks on cartel areas. It's been widely reported. CNN interviewed a member of one of the drug cartels. Did you guys see this? Listen, this is CNN. They're interviewing this drug cartel guy, and he's, of course, wearing a mask. They're against masks when ICE is using them, but they don't mind the cartel members wearing them. Listen to this cartel member on CNN. Now, hold on. I got to turn up the volume. Okay, here we go. It works if I turn the volume on, doesn't it? A little bit better. Okay. CNN even disguised his voice. That's a good story, and I'm glad CNN reported it. But how do they track down a drug cartel guy like that? And then they help him by covering up his face and disguising his voice. Are they aiding and abetting a cartel member here? Is what they're doing legal in your mind? I used to think that when all these reporters used to interview bin Laden all the time. Shouldn't they be turning him in? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Greg.
Hey, Greg, what's up?
Listen, a couple of items, if I may. One, listen, I believe it or not, I know you're going to say, oh, I'm lying to you. I agree with pretty much all the policies of the Trump administration. And I think it's the messaging that's the issue. Now, did Pete Hegseth, who is a great guy, a war veteran, but do you have to use the word fat? Couldn't you just say out of shape or, something that's more... That
wouldn't have the same impact.
But you know what? It
See, this is the problem.
People,
you don't want to have combat people who are so weak like that, like you are. Like you're offended by that. So what? Then don't join the service, fatso.
I'm not offended because I've never been out of shape. But there are people that are out of shape that are offended by it, and that's why Trump. You always ask these callers, by the way, like you'll insult them. Oh, you're not a man if you don't support Trump. And let's get to the second portion.
I never say that.
Kudos.
I don't say that. I don't say that.
Yeah.
I said.
Yeah. Kudos to you, though, Brian.
Okay. Here goes a slight.
You know why? You jumped on that bisexual guy like a dog with a bone. I saw the blood in the water. The moment you brought up his sexuality, you started making him feel uncomfortable about it. He didn't call to talk about his personal life, but you jumped on it like a dog with a bone, and you wouldn't let go of it. Mm-hmm. For entertainment value.
No.
Only for your self-centeredness.
Entertainment value. Well, listen. You've got to be entertaining, but that wasn't the sole reason I did that. That boring topic about a generic thing on minimum wage. It wasn't just entertainment factor. I've said this to a couple of callers already. People's political opinions are based on their life. Okay, things going on in their life, and I'm always trying to get to the root cause of that. When I talk to callers, in particular people I don't know that are new or liberal.
So you already stated that there's gay MAGA people, right? So
there are gay MAGA people, yes.
Right. So you think that you just said pretty much that if you're gay, you're a liberal, but you just
what happens a lot of times, okay, like with the first caller in particular, and the guy from Stewart too, right? The two gay Democrats that called me. They live in a bubble. They live in a gay bubble. And that bubble is mostly liberal, of course, right? Because it's a gay bubble. And they don't. The one guy, I was like the first MAGA person he ever talked to, the first guy. And because they're in this bubble, they're not exposed to reality.
All right. Once again, you know what? I love talking to you because no one challenges you in an intellectual fashion.
Oh, you're the only intellect in the audience. You're the only intellect in the audience. Oh my goodness.
That will speak with you against what you say.
What a narcissist.
No, it's true. I'm going to prove you wrong on your first, just your statement. The guy lives in Stewart. He is exposed to the most conservative city in the country, and you're saying he's living in a bubble?
Well, I was very surprised because I do go to Stewart because my in-laws live there, right? And the gay guys in the audience, this will get them excited. I listened to one of a musician that I like.
Come on, Brian.
I'm going to tell you. There's a lady singer that I'm a fan of. I've met her. Many years ago, I snuck backstage to meet her, and I've been to multiple concerts of hers. Tori Amos. You ever heard of Tori Amos?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a fan of Tori Amos, and she's very liberal. She's married to a guy from the UK. She lives in Stewart, and which has always shocked me. And my mother-in-law, they see her around. I never have seen her around. When I'm walking around, but Tori Amos gets a new album. I find out about it. I get it, and I know I know it's not the most manly music, but I'm man enough to admit I like Tori Amos, and I have since her Cornflake Girl album. But what I'm telling you is that
I don't know where you're going with this diatribe, but let me ask you a real question.
No, Stewart is the most MAGA city in America. But there's obviously some liberal elitist bubble in some community there where Tori Amos and that guy that called me a little while ago are at. There's a liberal cell in this very MAGA area.
Right, but most people don't gravitate to where 95% of the people are opposed to your political beliefs, etc. That's a fact. They don't gravitate. They go to places like San Francisco because once you heard he was from San Francisco, your gaydar went off.
No, my gaydar went off long before San Francisco. I just wasn't going to bring. I knew he was gay. You could tell. Come on, I just didn't bring it up until he talked about his ex in San Francisco. That's when my gaydar and everybody in the audience. You knew he was gay as soon as he said hello.
It never crossed my mind.
Oh,
please! You're from San Francisco.
You didn't need gaydar for that guy.
But Brian, let me ask you a question. How do these family members? You said plural. You have family members that are gay. How do you actually reconcile that with your religious beliefs? Catholics, we know they have a pretty harsh stance towards homosexuality and marriage. How do you reconcile that?
You can be gay, just so long as you're not partaking in it.
Do you approve of it?
Of what? I don't care about it.
It's not on. You don't.
It depends on what you're talking about, but gay marriage. That when people talk about gay marriage, what they're not talking about the church. They're talking about you go to the county place and get a marriage license. That's not marriage. Is a thing that's done by the church, and the Catholic Church does not marry gay people. So no, I would not I would not approve of the Catholic Church marrying gay people or laws requiring it. This other thing that people get, that's not real marriage. Marriage is a sacrament by the church. And
all right. How about this? You don't answer questions.
No, I am just not the answer. Not the answer.
All right, let me ask you this question: a simple yes or no. Do you think gay couples should be adopting?
Children, in rare circumstances. Yes.
So,
but not in
circumstances. You say they should not. They should be. They're
Correct.
not. They're unfit to be parents.
Correct. No, I didn't say unfit.
Wow.
When you're looking to place a child for adoption, you're looking to place them in the most stereotypical family as possible, and that's not a gay family.
So you're saying gay people are different than heterosexuals, and you don't approve of it. And that was eye-opening. You actually just admitted to that. And
I've talked about this many times over the years. You haven't walked me down some garden path. I've mentioned that 1,000 times on the air.
So gay people are different than heterosexuals. Have a good day,
Obviously,
Brian.
yes. If you have sex with people of the same sex, you're different than people that have sex with people of the opposite sex. There are different things. Yes, that is correct. I have never seen such a fool pat himself on the back for his genius as much as that guy. Now, I want to get to some of the sound bites that I have, but I got to get us back on schedule break-wise first, because I got way behind on the breaks. I want to tell you guys about the Sloman Shield Link. Listen to this. This is a brand new thing. The Sloman Shield Link is an all-in-one ecosystem that integrates your smart devices with your Sloman's Shield. This is how it works. It takes your everyday routines and actions based on your preferences and connects your devices to react based on your actions. Examples are this. You come home from work at the end of the day, your TV, your music, your computer, everything is on just as you enter the home like you wanted. The Sloman Shield Link can act on almost any scenario and create scenes based on what you want to happen. Whether you want your thermostat to turn down when you turn your alarm on and you're leaving the house, or automatically lock your doors and make sure your security lighting is on. These scenarios can all happen. It's very easy with the Sloman Shield Link. On top of that, the Sloman Shield Link is compatible with the devices you already have in your home. Do you hear that? Sloman's includes installation for all your devices too, plus they offer 24/7 support. So whether you need to troubleshoot a problem or you want to add programming, you can call them anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Here's the number, 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. That's 833-283-5050 for the Sloman's Shield Link. We'll be right back. All right. Okay. Hey guys, hold on. I got to get organized here. I got so much to do. Let's see. Let's see. I need that and that. Okay. I've got so much going on here. Okay. Hey, Barry, it's Brian. Hey there, we have about 45 seconds, all right? Hold on, stand by. All right, welcome back. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. I'm Brian Craig. It's time to check in with Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Attorney Barry Siegel, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today, Brian?
I'm doing well. What do you have for us this morning?
Well, first of all, I want to wish those who are celebrating Yom Kippur a happy Yom Kippur, and those who are fasting, an easy fast. And to kind of discuss that today, I mean, Yom Kippur, it's a holiday where we're supposed to, atone for our sins and ask for forgiveness. And so I'm going to make an analogy. I'm not trying to say not doing your estate planning rises to the level of a sin, but what I am trying to say is, as people who are responsible for a family and people who love their family, we do things every day to take care of our family, to make things better for our family. And doing the estate planning is really the ultimate level of taking care of your family, making sure that you have everything in place just in case something happens, in case you lose your mental capacity, in case you or when you pass away, making sure that you don't leave a mess behind, making sure that you have the right people in the right seats to make decisions, healthcare, financial, everything else, and making sure that you protect the inheritance for your loved ones, making the process easy. So that's the point I want to make, that, if you haven't done that or you haven't updated it or haven't had it looked at in quite a while, now is a great time to go ahead and just take the first step. Call us for a free consultation, a free review of your current documents, and you'll be on the road to making sure that your family is well taken care of and has peace of mind.
Yeah, and remember that free review of your documents is even if another attorney or law firm did them. Okay, it doesn't have to be documents that were done by the Siegel Law Group in the past, anyone. So give the Siegel Law Group a call. The number is toll-free, 855-FLA-3782, 855-FLA-3782, and online, SiegelLawGroup.com. And that's Siegel spelled S-I-E-G-E-L, SiegelLawGroup.com. All right, have a great holiday, and we'll talk on Friday, Barry.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Have a great day.
All right. Take care. All right. We're back. I said holiday because I don't know what you say on the Jewish holidays, so I had to be generic there, guys. Okay. So it's true. I don't know. All right. So let me get some of the, if you're on hold, stand by. If you're wondering what is going on with the show today, what is all this discussion with gay guys calling in and gays and all this? What's happening? Why are you talking about this today? And honestly, I don't know. However, I can take a very educated guess. We were talking at the beginning of the show about this Pete Hegseth speech yesterday, which I got to tell you, that was the most incredible speech I've ever seen a cabinet member ever give. I think it was very historic, but I also think this. The speech was so good, this dress down that he gave of these top generals and admirals in the American military. It was also the most Trump-like person I've seen. The MAGA movement, we have a lot of very good MAGA guys and girls, okay? We've got Kristi Noem, we've got J.D. Vance, we've got Pete Hegseth, we've got Marco Rubio, and there are others. There are a lot of people around President Trump that will be future MAGA presidents, MAGA senators, MAGA governors, MAGA members of the House of Representatives. But this red pilling of America, getting America back on track, when Trump handed out the Trump 2028 hats to Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. It's not just me wearing it. President Trump they're on his desk. Right? The Trump 2028 hats. During that negotiation on Monday, he took out 2 Trump 2028 hats and tossed them on the desk in front of Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. It's on the front page of the New York Post this morning. So, yeah. And everyone assumes that J.D. Vance is going to be the second MAGA president. And I like J.D. Vance, and I will back him. If he runs and gets the nomination and Trump endorses him, I will back J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. But Pete Hegseth is doing a better job. That was amazing what he did yesterday. And he's a fighter who can take on, to stand up and do what he did in front of these generals and admirals. Remember, they had all the generals and admirals from around the world, from 1 star up, come there. For him to get on stage with confidence like that and dress them down, he was reprimanding them and blaming them and their failed leadership for the problems in the service. That's a MAGA fighter. And if I had to choose out of all of the cabinet who the second MAGA president would be, my pick would be Pete Hegseth. So back to this. Why am I hearing from all these gay guys today? Well, I think that they got the hots for Pete Hegseth. I think that Pete Hegseth has been in the news in a way, that we haven't really seen him in with this yesterday. And these guys have the hots for him, and they're interested in the news story, so they're calling me about it. That's what I think's going on here today. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, this is Bob from Denver. And what do you think about Trump and the U.S. buying all this Russian uranium, like $750 million this year so far?
Well,
so
that's a good question you asked, because it was asked of the president a week or two ago, and one of his cabinet secretaries gave some insight on this with the president there. It was on Air Force One, and they said, we'd very much not like to have to buy it, but our uranium supply has been so whittled down by the Biden administration, we need it, and we're up against the wall, and we have to buy it from them right now. Yeah. But we're trying to get our own out of the ground.
So we should. So do we need to sanction ourselves?
I wasn't done. I wasn't done with my answer. Okay, I just paused to take a breath. Okay, and inhale. Here, I just inhale. Okay. Well, I'm not done answering the first question. Okay. Also, the reason that they have a surplus in Russia of uranium and we don't is for a very specific reason, a very specific action. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, because it's dangerous. Because Trump's an idiot.
No. You're the idiot, because you're calling about things you don't understand. No, Hillary Clinton, when she was Secretary of State, when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, she gave Russia 20% of the U.S. uranium deposits in this country. She gave them to a Russian company through.
But we were not at war. Russia was not at war with Ukraine.
Hillary Clinton. No, Hillary Clinton was running around with Barack talking about how they were our enemy. So we have a shortage of our uranium supply because Russia was given 20% of our uranium deposits, the control of them by Hillary Clinton. So sadly, because of the Democrats, we have to buy some uranium from them right now. To answer your question.
Sure thing, Dark. But we are subsidizing the war.
But I answered your question. Oh boy. All right. So anyway, you can see there's a meltdown going on. I wanted to play this audio. I played this early in the show, but I want to share this with you and ask your thoughts on it. This woman, this is after the Pete Hegseth speech yesterday. This woman is a U.S. Army staff sergeant. At least her uniform says so. She made a video. She's in full uniform. So I have no reason to believe that she is not active duty military. I don't think she's a veteran doing stolen valor. And she's in her full fatigues. She says some things here. Well, let me just play it. It explains itself, and then I'll comment on it. So she's an active duty staff sergeant. And this is after Pete Hegseth's an amazing speech yesterday. Listen. Wow, she's a staff sergeant. She's a drill sergeant in the Army. Was that a threat she made at the end towards the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth? Should this woman be arrested and tried, court-martialed, and sent to Leavenworth? I mean, that is, that's insubordination, no doubt. But that's upper level insubordination. And see, this is what Pete Hegseth was talking about yesterday. We have no discipline or respect in our military. And if there's no respect inside our military, how are others around the world going to respect our military and fear it? This woman needs to be arrested. She needs to be court-martialed, and it needs to be done high profile so that people understand that this is not allowed. And you know what she said right there? No, not that's what she said. Do you know what she said right there? Is what those generals and admirals, about 2/3 of them at least, were thinking yesterday. They hate Pete Hegseth. They feel about Pete Hegseth the same way this staff sergeant feels about Pete Hegseth. Now, I want to talk about Life Imaging FLA. I've been telling you guys, I went in for a heart and body scan last week. And I have my cholesterol is about 300. It's been about 300 for over 20 years. And every doctor I have had told me that I was a heart attack waiting to happen. I've been hearing this for 25 years. Brian, when you're in your 50s, you're going to have a heart attack. My wife, my daughter, my in-laws, my mother, even myself, this is something that we've all been worried about. It's why I have so much life insurance. I'm going to keep the life insurance after I had this test, though, because, hey, why not set my family up? But you've heard me talk with Jupiter Joe Thomas so much about how I have so much life insurance. The reason that I've overdone it on life insurance, bought a lot more of it than would a normal person would, is because of my high cholesterol. I had assumed for years that I was going to have a heart attack in my 50s. It's not been a day that's gone by. I've not talked to you guys about it, and I've never shared my cholesterol level. You know, it's a medical condition I have that they tell me is genetic, but cardiologist, my wife goes to the cardiologist for a yearly test, and he knows about my cholesterol, and every year he tells me I'm going to die with a heart attack. So I've heard about Life Imaging FLA. I went over there last week. I got a heart scan and a whole body scan, and guess what? I was nervous as heck. I went over there with Scott from the radio station, and we're sitting there before the test. I was scared, and I thought. The night before I didn't sleep well. I might have referenced that on the air the next day. I've been up all night. It was because I was going to have this test. I was expecting to come out of there with being told I had plaque buildup in all my arteries and at least 30% blockage. And I was expecting by this time this week I would be in the hospital getting stents put in. And guess what? With my heart scan from Life Imaging FLA, I have 0 plaque buildup and 0 blockage. That's right. I have the heart of a 20-year-old. Isn't that amazing? And by the way, they scanned my whole body. I have no cancers, nothing. But you know what? If I would have had blockage, as nervous as I was, I would have gotten it taken care of immediately. And so many people have gone into Life Imaging FLA and found out that they were a step away from a heart attack, or they had cancer and they got it taken care of. And I got to tell you, the weight that has been lifted off of my shoulders since I had my scan at Life Imaging FLA, I can't even describe how great I feel. I'm a new person because I'm not worried. I was worried every day of my life. They can detect heart disease and some cancers before you even have symptoms. And by the way, they scan you with this open scanner. I didn't have to get out of my clothes, okay, and put on a gown. I wore my regular clothes. I didn't even have to take my watch off when I had the scan done. This is amazing. And you know what? If I would have had blockage, I'd be just as excited that I knew and I could get it taken care of. Or if I had cancer. But I am in perfect health. So I've got many years of life ahead of me and no more stress, worry, or anxiety. You know, I'm 54 and I've been expecting it because I've been waiting for years for the 50s. I've been expecting to have a heart attack every day. Why do you hear me talk about taking my blood pressure all the time? Why do you think I've been doing that? And now I know I've got nothing to worry about. If you're like me and you've been worried all your life or for many years, go give them a call. I'm going to give you the number in a moment. or if you think you might have a problem, go and get the scan done. Call Life Imaging FLA for your free heart scan now with a few minimum requirements, valued at $699. From your cell, call pound 250 and say free heart scan. That's pound 250, just say free heart scan. You'll get connected in seconds. Again, that's pound 250 on your cell phone and just say free heart scan. They'll connect you in a few seconds, get peace of mind, or find out that you need to take care of something before it's too late. We'll be right back. Oh, man. All right, let me, I'll take some calls during the break while I'm queuing things up. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Pete in Oakland Park.
Hey, Pete.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you, you know, that I watched that whole speech with Pete, and my heart, it just done my heart good to listen to him, and because I was in the Army for 4 years during and you know, I was watching the parade and back when, and I could see the concern on his face, and I was watching the soldiers march, and I thought, if we marched like that when I was in basic, you know, a drill sergeant would have had you down, you would have been doing so many push-ups that you couldn't do no more, because you had to march correctly, and you had to stay in step, and there wasn't none of this nonchalant stuff walking down the street, you know.
Yeah, that was pretty surprising that they couldn't march. I couldn't believe it. And especially when they're on a special detail like that in front of the President of the United States in such a historic time.
I wanted to ask you one more question before I forget, because speaking of the military, I've got to go to a VA appointment this morning. Did you guys ever get a radio station where I can listen to it in my truck?
There's a new station. Yes, I can't announce it yet, but there's a new station in that area that's going to be carrying the show. Yeah, I know the frequency, but I'm not allowed to tell you.
Yeah, I watched you every morning. I never did hear you say anything, so I was just asking.
Yeah, no, there's a new station, but the deal's already been done. They're working on the final things, and I just can't. I'm not allowed to say the frequency until it's done.
No, that's fine. I just I thought maybe you had announced it and I hadn't caught it.
No, when I can announce it, you won't miss it. Believe me, because I'll be announcing it a lot.
Okay, buddy. Well, you keep up the good work.
All right.
And me and my wife, we say a prayer for you every day.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, take care. All right, we're going to be back in about 30 seconds. I'm going to jump into some other topics because there's a lot to cover. Oh man, if you're on hold, hang in there. I got to go through a few things before I get back to the calls, because there's a few things I've not gotten to that I have to get to. Okay, 10 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, I want to get to some of the, if you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call in, please do it. 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. Candace Owens involving the Charlie Kirk assassination has just gotten way out of control. I want to play a little bit of her most recent rant. Okay, so Jewish donors. Of course, not only is this not true, a letter came out a couple days ago, a letter came out that Charlie Kirk wrote to Netanyahu affirming his support of Israel. Candace Owens is the most vocal anti-Semite in America today. She is, as crazy as this sounds, if you don't know who this is, look this up. She's the Father Coughlin of 2025. If you look him up, you'll know what I'm talking about. But if you know exactly what I mean. And she's hardcore anti-Israel, hardcore, man. I mean, it's really bad. And she's been blaming Israel and Jews for Charlie Kirk's assassination almost since the day it happened. Mm. Okay. Oh boy, she's. Question is with Candace Owens, is she outright lying or is she insane and thinks all this is true? I think it's a mix. She's very mentally ill and she's having a break from reality because if she never would have left Turning Point and went nuts and everything that's happened since then, she would be the front person for Turning Point right now. Okay, and she knows that, and she's trying to sabotage Turning Point USA. And one thing I've been talking about this week, and I did not originate this. Someone from Turning Point posted this on X recently. I'm going to play more of this. Of course, her return to Turning Point on stage with Charlie was about to happen. She can say whatever she wants because dead men tell no tales. All right, Charlie can't correct the record, right? But someone from Turning Point said a couple of days ago that on social media that the death penalty is going to get taken off the table from the Charlie Kirk assassin because Candace Owens, with her large reach and others, are creating reasonable doubt and enough reasonable doubt with these alternate scenarios that the defense is going to be using. In fact, Candace Owens, I would not be surprised if Candace Owens is called as a witness for the defense. And she considers herself and calls herself a journalist. She says she has all these sources that tell her all these things. So she'll use that confidential sources on this shooter. His defense team is going to use this to get the death penalty off the table, and hopefully that's all. He's got a team of high-powered lawyers. I don't know where they came from. I hope they don't get an acquittal over this, but you never know. But let me rewind just a little bit. All right, back to Candace. This is nuts. I mean, this is crazy town. Oh my goodness. But she is. Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, this is crazy. She is, she's been blaming Israel from the beginning, but now, she was talking earlier this week about that Charlie Kirk was upset about the money at Turning Point. Money was disappearing. He was putting in place his own Doge to find. What she has come up with several alternative conspiracy theories. Israel is the main one. Then she talks about a second gunman coming up through some tunnel, a trap door, and shooting him from below. That's why it was in the neck that way. Remember that one? And this financial thing she's talking about is implying that maybe Turning Point was even behind the assassination. Beware of anyone who calls themselves by their first and last name. She called herself Candace Owens a couple times. When people start talking about themselves like that, that's a crazy person, no doubt about it. She's totally nuts. And she is suffering from some severe mental illness, and I don't know what's up with her husband. Is he so starstruck? Is it because it's also it's got to be a big financial boom to them because there's so much attention being drawn to her, or is he nuts? Is he nuts? Is he starstruck? Is he just blinded by? I don't know, but it's really sad to watch because she used to be an important person in our movement. And she could still be, she could have been an important person even still today if she had not gone nuts. She's jumped the shark several times on this, and there's no coming back from what she's done and said, from the Holocaust denial to this. But she doesn't have anyone in her circle who can do an intervention. If your spouse or your sister or your friend was this far gone, wouldn't you try to intervene and do something to get them help? It's sad, but it's beyond sad at this point. It's upsetting that she is doing and saying things to millions of people that could help Charlie Kirk's assassin get off on this whole thing. He's got top tier representation from what the news is saying. And even Turning Point saying the death penalty is off the table. Who knows what else is going to get tossed out here because of what she's doing, creating reasonable doubt, either out of her insanity or her rage and jealousy that she's not the one sitting in the Charlie Kirk studio. Now, I want to talk about my weight loss with Coastal Weight Loss. Coastal Weight Loss Secret, this was the first time I'd been on any type of weight loss program. And I thought losing weight was going to be really difficult. I really did. I thought I was going to have to work out a bunch of days a week. I thought I was going to have to go to the gym before I went on the air. I was going to have to go to the gym in the afternoon. I was going to have to starve myself. I thought I was going to have to eat food that tasted terrible and only have a little bit of it, because I had to starve myself. None of that was true. I lost over 20 pounds in about 3 weeks, hit my goal in less than a month. I've lost over 35 pounds. You guys can see it. My stomach is now flat. I've lost inches off my waist, many inches off my waist. My pants, all fallen down off my body. I've had to buy new belts and everything else. I couldn't add any more holes to the belts. They were starting to wrap around me. I've lost so much of my waistline, and I did all this without exercise, without starving myself, eating foods I would normally eat, and without any drugs or shots or injections or anything. And that's why I look so good, because I see these people that go on these weight loss drugs and these injections. They look like Karen Carpenter. They don't look healthy. They don't look good. They don't look like themselves. I look like I'm supposed to look great and healthy and fit and my ideal weight. And the cool thing about it is I'm in this maintain phase now for the last few months. I've been able to maintain my weight because with Coastal Weight Loss Secret, there were no huge lifestyle changes. Give them a call. Remember, you can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in 60 days. My results are typical. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. Call right now for your free consultation. No matter where you're located in the United States, they can help you. 561-247-6300. And online, CoastalWeightLossSecret.com. That's CoastalWeightLossSecret.com. We'll be right back. Hey there. Hold on. We got a little less than a minute. Stand by. All right, welcome back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. Time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated in Boca with the morning gold and precious metals report. William Youngerman, how are the metals looking today?
Look, metals are looking great, Brian, as we quickly are approaching the $4,000 number that I really didn't think we'd get to until the end of the year, but we're very close to it now. Yesterday, we saw gold trade in a range of $3,792 on the low, all the way up to $3,872. So we went from being down $35 yesterday morning to up $24.90 on the close yesterday. That's how resilient the metals are, even with a little bit of a pullback. 38.5770 on the close yesterday. Silver was down 27 cents at $46.57. Platinum lost $25 at $15.74, and palladium was down $8 at $12.41. This morning we see gold trading at new record highs again, hitting a high of $3,896 last night. Wow, nearly $3,900. That put the December contract at over $3,920 the ounce. So right now, gold at $38.75. That's up $17.30. As I said, we hit a high of $38.96 so far. Silver up 78 cents at $47.35. Platinum up $6 at $1,580, and palladium unchanged at $1,241 the ounce. So the markets are doing very well.
Yeah, you know, with at these numbers, it doesn't take much of a swing to hit that 4,000 mark. What's driving that? You know, people like me and our listeners are mostly like retail buyers of the metals. Is it the big banks that are driving this this rise? What's driving it?
Yeah, it appears that the big central banks have been buying gold for the last couple of years, and at record amounts also. So the central banks are buying, big funds are buying, and there's just a lot of money coming into the metals. But there's so much cash, trillions of dollars in money markets and cash around the sidelines that people are looking for some safe haven for their money, and that's exactly where it's going.
Yeah, you know, when people are coming in these days to buy gold, is there any particular type of gold you think is best to buy right now, or does it not matter? What do you recommend?
Yeah, I mean, all of the products that we sell are top brands that are traded worldwide, and usually if you just stick with, those kind of brands that you've heard us talk about, Eagles, Maple Leafs, the Kangaroos from Australia's Perth Mint, the popular traded gold bars that are by top brands. These are all excellent values and the right products to own. And
at some point, you or someone is going to want to turn them into cash one day. And so these are products of gold that you will have no problem turning them into cash, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, listen, give William Youngerman a call. He opens up at 10 a.m., but you can do all your business over the phone and through the mail, no matter where you're located on the planet, okay? 1-800-327-5010. 1-800-327-5010. If you're in the area, stop in at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. Find both his address and phone number online at williamyoungerman.com. williamyoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you.
All right, take care. If you're on hold, stand by. Our number is 888-465-2631. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. This is Louise from Delaware.
Hey, Louise.
Hi. How are you doing?
All right.
You sound great.
Thank you. Well, how could I not sound great? I have my heart is all clear like a 20-year-old. Thanks to Life Imaging FLA, I have no cancer, no plaque, no buildup. I've lost all this weight. Trump's president. Gold's almost 4,000. Pete Hegseth is getting our military back. Why? Everybody should look and feel good today.
I wish I were as great as you. But anyway,
well, I'll help you.
I thought about this when you did your last weight loss commercial a minute ago. I was wondering if with Hegseth's concern with all these fat military people, why can't they get them on the same program you got on?
Well, because what you have in this is the truth thing about the military. By the way, Pete Hegseth, if anybody's listening up at Mar-a-Lago, Coastal Weight Loss Secret would get our military back in shape right away, like it has me. No, and I'm not kidding. But here's the thing. I mentioned to a caller earlier, Obama is the root cause of all this crap, okay? And it sounds crazy to say this, but Obama became president 17 years ago. That's almost 20 years ago. Isn't that crazy? So these generals and admirals, they called all the generals and admirals from all over the world, from brigadier general on up. That's a lot. These are people who came up through the ranks during the Biden-Obama era. And they're a bunch of wokesters who have no standards. And when you have no standards and everybody's cool no matter what, they've lost discipline, right? He was even talking about the beards and the haircuts yesterday. No more beards, no more haircuts. It's about time. And we already got the Muslims griping. Well, I don't know about that, and our military discipline has gone into the toilet because of the Obama era of wokeism, and I don't think that's a mistake. I think this country is being attacked from within using diversity at every level, whether it's Zohan in New York, what's happened in Minnesota with Ilhan Omar and these people, with our military, That's it. And these people, these generals and admirals, a huge chunk of them, since they came up through the ranks during the Obama-Biden era, there are a lot of fatzos in that audience, and a lot of people that have jobs they're not qualified for. Remember Lloyd Austin, Biden's defense secretary? He was a general. He was a complete idiot. He didn't know what he was doing, and that's what's happened.
Well, I just thought if they could mandate getting rid of beards and things like that, they could put them on this program, and
that's a great idea.
One of them.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Coastal Weight Loss Secret. Give them a call, Pete Hegseth. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was thinking about that too when I was doing the commercial. Before I go back to the phones, I want to talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas. I think Joe might be in studio tomorrow. I'm not sure. I got to check. But I just recorded some new commercials that are running on the radio now with Joe Thomas. He has an annuity where you get a 10% bonus on your money before you leave the office. So think about that. So if you invest $100,000, you get $10,000, whatever it is, you get 10% bonus before you leave his office. How long would it take you to make 10% on your money in the market? If everything went perfect, a year, maybe, if everything went perfect. But you can make 10% on your money on day one with one particular annuity with Jupiter Joe Thomas. Plus, your money's not at risk and you're guaranteed a revenue stream for the rest of your life. Give Joe Thomas a call and take advantage of that no-charge consultation, which if you're out of town, you can do over the phone. But if you're local, you can do it in the office as well or through Zoom. 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. And if you missed the number, just go to his website, jupiterjoe.com. That's jupiterjoe.com. And Joe will put together a custom proposal just for you. jupiterjoe.com. All right. Back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It could be. So why not?
All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian. This is Richie.
Hey,
Real
Richie.
quick, there's one word we have to get out of the military, folks. And Greg, too, brought it up to you. Why do you call him, why do you have to say fat? The word, Greg, too, is feelings. We don't have feelings in the military. You understand that? No feelings. You're told what to do. That's it. You're not a civilian. So throw the feelings out. You know, it's no more this goody stuff. I want to comment about your show real quick.
Yes.
I never was against your expansion. I think that's great. I always worried whether you'd go back to teaching or not. The thing that I love what you've done is you've taken a lot of what we would call, for if you don't listen to commercials every day, you've taken that off the table by having your show, and that's your brains. You've used your brains to do this. It's excellent that you've integrated your show with your podcast. It's basically joined at the hip. So when you're on YouTube, you're always entertained, and that has changed everything because I believe, and it's capitalism. You're doing so well that you have to have a lot of commercials, but commercials break up momentum sometimes. You've taken care of that problem, and I give you kudos on that, man. I mean, it's excellent.
No, I appreciate it. You know, it's taken a lot of years to build this stuff up. You know, it's not easy. But no, I won't be teaching.
Yeah, well, you joined your podcast and your radio show together, and that is super.
Do you know my podcast? My podcast, which I don't really promote my podcast too much on the program, but I should. You know, the Brian Craig Show podcast on all podcast platforms. You know, my podcast has so many listeners. I have more listeners to my podcast than 98.5% of all the other podcasts in the world. I'm in the top 1.5% when it comes to podcast listenership. I'm talking about just my podcast, not my YouTube channel.
Well, the phone calls are excellent. The phone calls on your podcast are excellent. I love that there's what do they call that? You're a Charlie Kirk on the radio, man. I mean, you invite liberals to call.
You know,
and that's a great thing.
And you know, I know you guys may say I've been promoting myself a lot lately. Well, somebody's got to, you know. Nobody else is promoting me, and I've worked so hard on all this I've done, as has Steve, and I got to brag about it every once in a while just to let people know what I've done. But I recently got the podcast ratings, and I'm just talking about the Brian Craig Show podcast. It's not my YouTube channel. My podcast on all podcast platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, more listeners than 98.5% of all podcasts in the world. And when I found that out recently, a few weeks ago, I was floored. Well, listen, I'm out of time, Richie, but I appreciate the call.
You worked hard for it. You worked hard for it.
All right, take care. Take care. All right, thanks for tuning in. I cannot believe it is October. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. All right, we're clear. I'm going to continue with the post show here, all right? So don't go anywhere, and I want to cover some things. There's so much I didn't get to today. Let me play this with. If you would like to call in, please do. I'm still taking calls. 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. Here's AOC letting the cat out of the bag. Okay, now I want to stop here. There's a couple things here. This is a 100% acknowledgement that they have shut down the government, the Democrats, because they want the illegals to get their insurance back, and they want us to pay for it. Now, her definition of an American is not what my definition is. The Democrats have changed the definition of an American. If you are in North or South America, you're an American, right? So if you're a Canadian, you're an American. If you're Mexican, you're American. If you're from Chile, you're an American. If you're in Argentina, you're an American because you're in the Americas. And I wonder, does that apply to the Caribbean, right? The Caribbean's part of the Americas. So are Bahamians Americans too? So they have changed, George Orwell, man, 1984, they have changed the meaning of the word American. Yeah, say, the new constituency, the great replacement theory. They've been calling all of us on the great replacement theory. They've been calling us, crazy and everything. And what's happened in this budget battle, they have been admitting it, that it's about that, right? And that's what she's talking about. I mean, they're out of the closet admitting it. This is Hakeem Jeffries. This is him with CNN yesterday. That meme, that AI meme, video meme that President Trump put out, okay, that had Hakeem Jeffries in the Mexican sombrero with the mustache and Schumer saying the truth. That's had a profound effect on Hakeem Jeffries. He's done several interviews since then, and it's really hurt him. And you know why it hurt him? Because it's true. You hear people insult me all the time, right? There were the one guy who said, "Oh, you've got all this same-sex." Did you see me get upset at that? Because it's so absurd. People only get this upset when what's being said about them is true. And what that meme that the president released of Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer. Not only was it true, and that's why it was funny, but Hakeem Jeffries knows that it's true, that they are out there not to help the American people, but to help illegal people in America. And it was a dagger to their heart because it's so true and they can't overcome it. And you could see the humiliation that video has brought to Hakeem Jeffries in every appearance he does on television. So this is him yesterday on CNN. Okay, yeah, you see the difference in his tone. He feels publicly humiliated, Hakeem Jeffries, and to answer his stupid question, which he knows the answer to, the Senate have these weird rules. You can't win with just a simple vote of 51 and get something through in the Senate. You have to have a 60%. Or 60, you have to have a 60 vote in favor of to get it through, to overcome that filibuster, and they can't get 60 votes because the Democrats are overrepresented in the census, so they have too much representation in the and all this stuff. But that's the thing. It's that 60 vote, and he knows this. But you can tell he's off a little bit. Now, Steve and I were talking yesterday. In the thumbnail here on YouTube, it says Schumer Shutdown, right? I put Schumer Shutdown in the thumbnail. That wasn't an accident. I mean, that was very purposeful on my part. And the shutdown is working out very well, but in the long term, there is an issue with it that we got to be careful of. Steve and I mentioned this yesterday, but this is Nancy Mace, and then I'll play this because she's addressing this, and I want to talk about it. AOC. Okay, yeah, so this is something we got to talk about. Everyone's talking about what's going on with Schumer is he's in a panic that he's going to lose his Senate seat. He's going to get primaried out by AOC, who's been wanting that seat for a long time. And a lot of people, the general thinking is, well, he's got his 80 million. Why does he care? Why doesn't he just retire? Well, a couple reasons. It's never enough for these people, right? And the thievery stops when he's out of office. And someone like Schumer, I promise you, he's got his whole family with some con job deals making money. And all that'll end when he's no longer there. And that's why he's holding on for those reasons. You know, they don't want to give up power. You know, he feels all important. But another thing about it, and this is the one thing that is somewhat of a negative. When AOC first went to the House, I talked about this, and people called me and told me I was nuts. I said they are grooming her to be president one day. She'll never be president. She's almost in the Senate, okay? And after what she did to that Amazon deal in New York, for that to even be discussed is insane, right? If you don't know about that Amazon deal she blew, look it up online. I don't want to go through all that now. But I mentioned this to you about 5 years ago. The Disney Channel had a show. I always forget the name of the show when I mention it, but they had a show that was about AOC. It was about the first Latina president. And this Latina woman was president of the United States. And what the whole show was about was her looking back to when she was in middle school. And what it was like for her in middle school before she even knew she was going to be president, and she was a Puerto Rican woman, okay? And when that came out, when that show debuted on the Disney Channel, does anybody know the name of that show? I've forgotten the name of it. I always do when I bring this up. I don't reference it enough. I said this show is about AOC, and it is foreshadowing them running her for president, because these middle schoolers that are watching this show on the Disney Channel right now, by the time, AOC wasn't even old enough to be president yet. By the time she's old enough and runs for president, they'll be old enough to vote. And they've been grooming AOC to be president since they picked her to run for that seat. And she is not a Democrat. She is not a socialist. She is a communist. You know, Democratic socialists are communists that are afraid to tell you what they really are, because they know that even Democrats aren't going to openly vote for a communist in large enough numbers for them to get in power. So they say they're Democratic socialist. You get a communist like her in the United States Senate, we're in big trouble. You get a communist like her in the White House as president, we're in a whole lot of trouble, or vice president. And we're winning this budget, and Trump's doing the right thing, and it has to be done. But we're also running the risk of elevating AOC, who's really been kind of like a third-rate has-been this year. She's kind of been out of the loop, and she's starting to rise again with television appearances and everything. And she is hardcore bad news, AOC. No getting around it. And her getting in the Senate is bad news, just like Zohan becoming mayor of New York is bad news. We've got to be very careful here. We do not want her to be in the Senate, and we don't want her to be president or vice president one day. This is Congresswoman. Oh, sorry about that. I bumped my chin on my steel mic here. This is a Democrat House member. She's talking about the sombrero video. They're freaking out about this. Listen. The shameful man is our favorite president, Donald Trump. She calls him that shameful man. The president whose name shall not be mentioned or something. I love how her American accent is perfect until she says a sombrero, and then all of a sudden she's got a Mexican accent. Yeah. Why does she have like a Mexican accent when she says sombrero? But what President Trump did, he released these pictures yesterday, and I love this. This is in the thumbnail of the YouTube video, and it was a front page of New York Post today, and this just came out last night. This was beautiful. President Trump posted this. These are pictures that the White House took. So he has Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries in the Oval Office sitting at his desk. He reaches and grabs 2 Trump 2028 hats and tosses one on the desk in front of each of them and offers it to him. This is the best. I love it. Same hat that I'm wearing right now, the Trump 2028 hat. I got this from the Trump store. And, you know, what was he trying to say with that? You know what he's saying is, I'm not going anywhere. You know, you're not going to run. You don't think you're going to run out the clock for little over 3 years and I'm going to be retired. He's saying, I'm going to be back in 2028. That's what he's saying. And I love it. Now, if you're new, see, look at the picture on the screen. It's the same hat I'm wearing. If you're new to the program, my name is Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure that you subscribe if you're new. And if you're already subscribed, please like the video and share the video on all your social media, if you don't mind, okay? I really appreciate that. Again, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you next.